Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come and our deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, you will recall that during the afternoon sitting of the Senate held on Tuesday, 19th May 2020, the Senate Majority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP, gave a notice of motion for removal of Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, MP, from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. Subsequently, by a letter dated 19th May 2020, the Senate Majority Leader requested the Speaker to convene a special sitting of the Senate pursuant to Standing Order 31 to consider the motion filed by the Senate Majority Whip for the removal of the Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, MP, from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. The request by the Senate Majority Leader was supported by the requisite number of Senators, 15, as required by Standing Orders 31. Following the consideration of the request by the Senate Majority Leader, I was satisfied that the request met the requirements of Standing Order 32. Accordingly, and pursuant to Standing Order 33, I issued a Gazette Notice number 3649 of 20th May 2020 in respect of this special sitting, which was circulated to all honorable senators. As required by Standing Order 35, the Gazette Notice specified the business to be transacted at this sitting, being the consideration of a motion for the removal of Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, MP, from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. As indicated in today's order paper, pursuant to the state standing order, the business listed in the order paper shall be the only business before the Senate, after which the Senate shall adjourn to Tuesday, 26th May 2020 at 10 a.m. as per the calendar. Honorable Senators, having set the context of today's special sitting, I wish to inform the House that a motion on the removal of a Speaker or Deputy Speaker is a constitutional matter that is both rare and extremely unique, especially when it finds its way into the floor of the House as parliamentary business. Speakership in the Senate and in similar jurisdictions in the Commonwealth embodies the power, dignity, and honor of the House. The main features attached to the office of the Speaker are authority and impartiality. Members aggrieved by the conduct of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker can only discuss his or her conduct by way of a specific substantive motion or a motion on the removal from office, such as the one which is before the Senate today. Honorable Senators, as you all know, the essential ingredients of the Speakership is founded on the status of the Speaker as the servant of the House. It is on this basis that motions of removal or censure of the Speaker are very rare. Indeed, the motion such as the one before us today is the first of its kind in the history of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Senators, Article 106(2) of the Constitution of Kenya states as follows: The office of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall become vacant, A, when a new House of Parliament first meets after an election, B, if the office holder as a member of the relevant House vacates office under Article 1 or 3, C, if the relevant House so resolves by resolution supported by at least 2/3 of its members, or D, if the office holder resigns from office in a letter addressed to the relevant House. Honorable Senators, the motion before the House this afternoon is a special motion and shall be prosecuted in the manner prescribed in Standing Order number 69, read together with the provisions of Part 12 motions and Part of 17 rules of debate of the Standing Orders. Standing Order 69-2 provides that unless the Constitution, any written law or these standing orders specify a lesser or further period, a special motion shall be A, disposed of by the Speaker in accordance with Standing Order number 55, notices of motions within 7 days of received by the Speaker of notice by a Senator, and B, disposed of by the Senate within 14 days upon notice being given under Standing Order number 55. Notices of motions, as if not, such motion shall be deemed to have been withdrawn and shall not be moved again in the same session except with the consent of the Speaker. Honorable Senators, in the light of COVID-19 pandemic situation in the country and in line with the health and social distancing protocols as contained in the guidelines that are issued on 31st March and 17th April 2020, and following a resolution by the Senate's Business Committee on 20th May 2020, arrangements have been made to ensure that all senators have an opportunity to access the chamber and participate in this debate while in the precincts of the main parliament buildings. To achieve this, and in consultation with the Senate Business Committee, I wish to inform you that 1, a maximum of 28 senators have been allowed to sit inside the chamber on a first-come, first-seat basis, with seats reserved for the Senate leadership. 2, the new wing lounge of the Parliament restaurant has been designated as part of the Senate chamber to accommodate the other senators who have missed seats in the main chamber. 3, appropriate measures have been put in place to facilitate all senators in the lounge area in the new wing to follow proceedings, taking into account the necessary social distancing guidelines. 4, a senator seated in the lounge area in the new wing wishing to make a contribution in the debate will be required to record his or her name with the clerks. 5, the list of senators wishing to contribute to the debate will be handed to the Speaker, who may call out the senators to speak. 6, a senator whose name has been called out to contribute to the debate shall walk into the chamber, board at the bar, and proceed to make his or her contribution from the dispatch table. Upon conclusion, the senator will withdraw from the main chamber and resume his or her seat in the lounge area in the wing. Honorable Senators, as after conclusion of debate on the motion, a vote will be taken. However, as mentioned above, this is a special motion with a constitutional threshold as stipulated in Article 106(2) C. I wish therefore to direct as follows. 1, at conclusion of debate, a division bell shall be rung for 10 minutes. 2, clerk shall then determine the number of senators present in the chamber, including the extended chamber. 3, if the number of senators present is 45 or more, being 2/3 of all senators, I shall proceed to put the question and direct that a roll call vote be undertaken. 4, however, if the number of senators present is less than 45 senators, I will decline to put the question and declare the motion to have been lost. Honorable Senators, if we ascertain the requisite threshold for voting has been achieved, the following procedure will be deployed. 1, the Speaker shall request for the submission of the tellers for the ayes and the nays, who shall remain seated at their seats. 2, the Speaker shall put the question and direct the clerk to call out the names of senators in the chamber, including the extended chamber. When called out, each senator shall declare assent or dissent to the question in the following manner: I vote yes, or I vote no, or I abstain, pursuant to Standing Order 83.5. When called out, the senators in the extended chamber will walk into the main chamber and cast their vote from the dispatch table in the manner set out in Standing Order 83.5, and thereafter withdraw from the chamber to their respective seats in the lounge. After the clerk has read the last name in the division list, the tellers shall present the result of the roll call vote to the clerk, who shall hand them to the speaker to announce the result of the division. Honorable Senators, to contextualize Article 162C of the Constitution of Kenya, if the Senate so resolves to remove Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki as the Deputy Speaker of the Senate, such resolution must be supported by the votes of at least 2/3 of all senators, this being at least 45 senators. Honorable Senators, I wish to appeal to all senators to observe decorum and courtesy during the debate. The expected standards of debate must be strictly observed to ensure that we listen to one another without unnecessary interruptions. It will be out of order to use offensive or insulting language in respect of the Deputy Speaker, who is our colleague, or other senators or other persons, or to make claims without substantiation as required under Standing Order number 100. Honorable Senators, a cardinal principle of our constitution and legal system is that a person against whom assertions have been made shall be given an opportunity to defend himself or herself, to rebut allegations against him or her. In the context of such motions as the one about to be debated, the Deputy Speaker, Senator Kithure Kindiki, MP, will be given a chance at the end of the debate to accordingly make his contribution to the motion if he so wishes. Honorable Senators, as I conclude, I would like to say the following. It should not matter, indeed it must not matter, which side of the political aisle you are sitting on, but no doubt, every of the actions, deliberations, and decisions or determinations are reached on the floor of this House will form the basis of rulings in the future, and that future must be of necessity be informed by the circumstances of the present. This present, as currently established, does not provide adequate mechanism for undertaking such as we are going through today, including making provisions for due process in line with non-policy, legislative, and constitutional architecture. I call on the House to consider the introduction of these mechanisms into our standing orders so as to guide future processes. The House is now guided accordingly, and I thank you. Next order.
Order number 2.
What's your point of order, Senator Pomboka?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. According to your communication, it is well known even in the Ministry of Health that the members who are supposed to be here, they are supposed to be 28 for the sake of Corona. Corona is real, Mr. Speaker, and according to how I see, Senator Millicent Omanga and Lituri are seated where it's not marked that sit here. Mr. Speaker, kindly give us. And Senator Keika.
What's your point of order?
My name is Murkomen. In case you forgot, Mr. Speaker.
No, I cannot forget my senators.
Mr. Speaker, on a more serious point of order, Mr. Speaker, you have outlined a very serious process that is required to deal with a motion of this magnitude. Mr. Speaker, you've even gone ahead to indicate that this is an historic moment because there's never been another deputy speaker who has been removed from office or such a debate of this kind of removal of the deputy speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what befalls the deputy speaker under the standing order and the Constitution befalls the speaker. It may not be the current speaker, it can be any other speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to know from your office, was the deputy speaker served with the charges for his removal? Was he also, Mr. Speaker, notified? No, Mr. Speaker, was he notified? Because it's in your communication. Was he notified of this sitting, plus the charges? And was he, Mr. Speaker, given the opportunity to get the charges against him? So that, Mr. Speaker, when we go to the motion, at least you lay ground as part of your communication. I would have wished to hear from your communication that there was a notice of motion given by Senator Kang'ata of Murang'a, that, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to that motion, some charges were provided. Your office facilitated the deputy speaker to be notified of these charges, then prepare himself, so that when we go to the motion itself, the foundation of this motion will have been achieved, Mr. Speaker.
Let me make the following ruling. First, we want to be sure that we have the numbers that are required to be here, because it's supposed to be 28 according to the health protocols. So maybe you can check that so that we are not breaching the protocols. Secondly, what Senator Murkomen is asking, the motion, the notice of motion was moved, the motion was approved, and therefore I will want that we proceed, let the motion be moved. Then after that, we look at whether, I mean, then some of the issues that you are raising could easily be addressed in the motion. So, next order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm not satisfied. And it's only your office which can satisfy. You know the country is watching. And Mr. Speaker, the country wants to know a deputy speaker is being prosecuted in this house. Mr. Speaker, did he receive any specific charges from your office? Was there charges from the move of the motion that was sent to your office, and your office facilitated the deputy speaker to receive these charges, so that, Mr. Speaker, we don't turn our Senate into a kangaroo court?
Yes, Leader of Minority.
Mr. Speaker, since Senator Murkomen is insisting on this question, let him cite the constitutional provisions that require that in such a motion, sit down. You know, you don't know even the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, see what he's looking at, doing.
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, he should specify the provisions of the Constitution that require that charges be made available to any speaker or deputy speaker on whom a motion of removal has been tabled in the House. He should cite the standing orders, which states clearly that their charges are supposed to be given to the deputy speaker or the speaker when such a motion is tabled. In reference to the removal of the president or the vice president, the Constitution is very clear. It's very clear in the Constitution and in the standing orders that the charges must be laid before a debate can take place. So without further ado, it's a simple question. Mr. Speaker, we have not come to the motion itself. Let him read the standing order. Since he rose on a matter of point of order, read to the Speaker what that standing order says and the requirement under that standing order. Read to the Speaker the Constitution and what the requirements of the Constitution require. And finally, Mr. Speaker, a motion to remove a speaker or a deputy speaker is not a trial. It's not an impeachment. We are not going to call witnesses like in the case of an impeachment. No lawyers are allowed in the chamber for purposes of prosecuting an impeachment trial. There is no impeachment. Senator Professor Kindiki is not under trial. This is simply a motion for removal.
Point of
Order, we want to make progress.
On the same issue.
Order, senators. If you listened to what I said this is the first of its kind. And actually we are talking about the office of the Speaker, which is my office. Professor Kindiki is my deputy. And I say that, just like the leader of minority has said, in the case of removal of a governor, removal of the president or the deputy president, in an impeachment motion, witnesses will be called to give evidence, or they will defend himself. But this is a motion, so I want to rule that we move to the motion. Then these issues that are being raised will be raised once the motion has been laid during the debate, and it will go on record on what you have said.
Mr. Speaker, I've been challenged.
I've not given you order.
I've been challenged, Mr. Speaker, to substantiate.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
I've been challenged, Mr. Speaker. It's on the record.
But
I need to substantiate the basis of my argument because it was my point of order.
Okay, take your seat. I give you an opportunity first.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Murkomen. I said, let us just cool down and prosecute. Yes, Senator Murkomen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is deplorable. It's actually laughable that human rights defenders of yesterday, Mr. Speaker, are presiding over a process, Mr. Speaker. I have not
Mr.
said.
Speaker, we are not going
I
to
have-
allow that.
Order, members.
Let him announce the section.
Mr. Speaker,
Senator Murkomen,
He's on a point of order.
order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm on a
Senator,
point of order.
the section.
Order, Senator, leader.
I am reading-
Order, members.
I am reading the section.
Okay, wait, order, Senator Murkomen. Listen, please. We are honorable members.
Correct.
The world is watching. Go back to what I said in my communication. Let us use decorum. Let us respect each other. Let us not insinuate. Let us not use a language that demeans or casts aspersion against your colleagues. It's so directed.
Mr. Speaker, I have not mentioned any name, although they say that if you mention, like Chinua Achebe said, if you mention dry bones, it's all the women who get uncomfortable. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution is very clear in Article 47, which says, Mr. Speaker, every person, including Professor Kithure Kindiki, has the right to administrative action that is expeditious, efficient, lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. If a right of a fundamental freedom of a person has been or is likely to be adversely affected by the administrative action, the person has a right to be given written reasons for the action. Mr. Speaker, in line with this Article 47, the National Assembly, in its standing orders, provided a long the Speaker procedure of how to notify the Deputy Speaker and the Speaker if you want to remove them. Mr. Speaker, you cannot say, and it is not legally sound, to argue, Mr. Speaker, that you are going to engage in a serious constitutional process to remove a constitutional office holder, and, Mr. Speaker, pretend to say that the other articles of the Constitution are not going to apply. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of record. The process we are going through is a process that will be in history for the next 100, 200 years. This house, Mr. Speaker, led by its majority leader, Kipchumba Murkomen, went to the High Court, Mr. Speaker, to challenge procedures that have been floated by the Executive and National Assembly. This House, Mr. Speaker, has just got a ruling from the Supreme Court of processes that have been floated. This House cannot continue calling itself the upper house and run a removal of its deputy in a kangaroo manner, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Senator Murkomen.
Point of order.
Mr. Murkomen,
Point of order.
just a minute. What's your point of order, Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.? Then I'll come to Linturi.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately for Senator Murkomen, he read the Constitution and left sections which he should have read so that he can educate us as to what he means in terms of fair administrative action. For the record, Article 47.3, which Senator Murkomen obviously didn't want to read, states as follows: for the avoidance of doubt, Parliament shall enact legislation to give effect to the rights in Clause 1, and the legislation shall A, promote for the review of administrative action by a court, or, if appropriate, in independent impartial tribunal, and B, promote efficient administration. In support of that objection, which is not even an objection, Mr. Speaker, the Senator of Elgeyo Marakwet should first of all demonstrate we are sitting in a court, 2, we are a tribunal, and 3, which is even more important, that the act arising out of this section, which is called the Fair Administrative Act, where Senator Murkomen, as a member of the Legal Affairs Committee, participated, should show that Article 106 on the removal of a speaker applies. And since he doesn't know, Article 106, it has no reference in the Fair Administrative Act. And we passed that law here. So, Mr. Speaker, the objection raised by Senator Orengo must be answered. What section of the Constitution is he referring to? Specifically, so that we can get onto this matter.
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to belabor the point. The question...
Okay, just a minute, Senator Orengo.
The question was directed to the Speaker. It was very clear to know whether a process took place between the notice of motion and whether the Deputy Speaker was notified of any charges that, Mr. Speaker, support the motion, or reasons even that support the motion, because that is the briefest motion I've ever seen, to say, Mr. Speaker, we just want to remove the Deputy Speaker. Now, Article 47, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how Mutula Kilonzo has his moments of brilliance when he wants, the Senator Makweni. But when he wants to cover, Mr. Speaker, the truth, he cannot hide that truth in Article 47.3. 47.3 says, beyond the administrative procedure that is required, the law also must provide that any person who is not going to be happy with that procedure must have a process of going to a tribunal or to a court. Mr. Speaker, that is very clear. You can't lie to me that in any, Mr. Speaker, if you read chapter 4 of the Constitution, if you read all of chapter 4 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, we are about to walk into a very dangerous place. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, it will be Professor Kithure Kindiki today. It will be another person in a different forum. We cannot, as a Senate, pretend to push for processes elsewhere, and Mr. Speaker, come here to run a kangaroo process.
Okay.
Point of
Order. Out of you've been.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
you've had Senator Murkomen referring to the Senate as a kangaroo court continuously. And he should not be addressing us if he thinks we're a kangaroo court. Secondly, he wants to mislead the House that the case that was filed in the High Court, that he led the senators in that case. In fact, he didn't utter a word in that case. It was me and Professor Kindiki who led in that case. I was the senior counsel in that case. He's a very junior person when it comes to matters of law. Very junior. So he should not be preaching as if he knows the law, and he cannot cite a case which has been quoted in the law reports of him ever having prosecuted even a case in the Supreme Court. Can he mention even one case he has prosecuted in the Supreme Court? But the point is this. There is a decision of the High Court sitting in Machakos, where a similar case was taken before the High Court, in which the County Assembly in Machakos removed the Deputy Speaker. And the court considered what is fair hearing and what is a notice. And that court ruled that hearing does not mean that you address that tribunal. It does not mean that you're even present in that tribunal. It's just like when you say public participation in Parliament, in the committees. People can undertake public participation even by sending their suggestions through digitally and so on. But the more important question, which I want Mr. Speaker to be addressed if this matter can be dealt with fully, is that in relation to the president and the vice president, there are specific provisions which says you must spell out the charges. And the process is clearly set out. When it comes to the governor and deputy governor, the process is set out because that is a trial. The other thing which the junior counsel is not considering in trying to construct Article 47 is an action by Parliament, an administrative action. It is not an administrative action. We are a legislature. We are exercising our legislative authority under the standing orders. And I think, Ms. Murkomen, if you want me to give you judicial decisions on what is administrative action, go and read Professor Wade. That book, if you have not read it, then I would understand why you don't appear in constitutional and administrative division.
Point of order,
yeah,
Mr.
you
Speaker.
started it.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo has over and over again insulted me and insulted my education.
Order.
Mr. Speaker,
Order,
and you have kept quiet. No, let me raise my point of order.
What's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo is over and over again repeating and doubting my practice of law or, Mr. Speaker, my knowledge of law. Mr. Speaker, Senator Orengo and I went to the same university, even if the difference was 26 years. I got a second upper. Senator Orengo got a second law. I have 2 master's degrees, he has none. I have taught 2 students, Mr. Speaker. I have taught 2 students, Mr. Speaker, who are in this house.
Order,
Who is he to lecture me? Who is he?
Order, Senator Murkomen. Order. Honorable senators, order. I want to urge you to look at my communication. Let us respect each other. Let us discuss with the decorum. Senator Cheriot. On a point of order, Senator Cheriot. Okay. Cheriot comes, the two leaders, we have 3 extra members in the chamber, so you'll have to decide the 3 who go out.
They're sitting. First come.
Both sides.
A point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
There are 3 extras, so you decide. Yes, Senator Ochila Yako.
Mr. Speaker, this is very simple. By your own rules, you have designated where people sit. Those who are sitting in places that are not designated should not burden the leadership to try and evict them. So I think it is visible. If it is me, the sergeant at arms can come and talk to me and I leave.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I think we have designated for where people to sit. So if you are sitting in a place where we have not said sit, please you get out of the chamber and join the rest of the other members. What's your point of order, Senator Susan? Okay,
Calm down, you're not the speaker. Okay, Honorable Speaker, my question just is, as we walk out of the chamber, since we may not be in a favorable position, at what point are we able to make our contributions from the other side? Let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. When are we able to make our contributions? And on top of just the contributions, are we able to timely make points of orders from the other side?
Yes, just you can see Senator Cheriot is here. We have made a mechanism of how, and it was in my communication, on how you will approach and make your contribution. So those who are sitting in places that are not designated for sitting, please let us observe the health protocols. So you get out, and then I give Senator Cheriot an opportunity to contribute. What's your point of order? Okay, let's have just Senator Linturi. Let the 3 senators first of all move out. Let us have order. Let us have order. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, then if that is the case, I think is important.
Order, Senator Linturi. Order, Senator Linturi.
Let's see him then.
Cheriot is no. Order. I have made a ruling, honorable senators. I have said, if you are sitting in a place that is not designated for sitting, please leave the chamber. I'll give you an opportunity from where the other senators are sitting to be able to contribute so that we make progress. It is so ordered, so that we give Senator Cheriot an opportunity. No, but Senator Cheriot is already on the floor, Senator Linturi. No, order, Senator. I'll give you an opportunity from where you are going. You'll be the next one.
But you never know where I'm going.
No, I know.
And you know, addressing the House and the Republic this afternoon depends on the discretion of the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. That's why I want to secure my position before I get out, because why we find us seated here this afternoon is because...
Order, Senator. I'm on my feet.
Oh.
Order. I have said I'm going to give you an opportunity. You are the next one I'm going to give an opportunity after Senator Cheriot. You cannot be, both of you, on your feet. Let us respect that. I'm going to give you an opportunity to make your contribution. Okay, Sergeant at Arms, can you make sure that those who are sitting in places that are not designated, please leave the chamber so that we make progress. As they leave, Senator Cheriot. Honorable senators, make our work easier. So, thank you. Senator Kwamboka, be orderly. Be orderly, be orderly. Hello, hello. Yeah. Senator Omanga, please, we want to make progress. No, Senator Lituri, we want to make progress. What is not part of our proceedings? Senator Chariot. No, because of the health protocols, that will not be possible.
Because traditions of this house are important, let it be known.
Okay. Okay. Senator Kangata? No, you can respond to, did you forward the... Do it from where you are. Just go back to your...
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I did not do that was simply because I look at the law as it is, not as it ought to be. The law as it is, that is the Constitution and also the standing orders, they do not provide at all for a procedure for giving reasons. And therefore, if I could have done that, it could have been illegal, null and void. When you look at the standing orders, the procedure of removing a deputy speaker or even a speaker, we do not have such kind of a rules where you are supposed to give reasons. Maybe going forward, the new parliament or even this Senate, they may consider to provide a procedure for giving reasons. Otherwise, the law as it is, nothing is there.
Okay, I think I did allude to that in my communication, if you listened carefully, that this is we're in uncharted waters, and I said in my conclusion that in future we need to look at how that can be dealt with, because like you have rightly said, today is the deputy speaker, tomorrow it will be the speaker, tomorrow it will be somebody else. So that will be taken care of in the standing orders going forward, and that is in my ruling. Let us make progress. Next order.
Order number 2, motion, removal of Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH MP, from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate.
Senator Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Article 106, Sub-Article 2C of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, and also the Senate of Kenya Standing Order 69, Sub-Article 1B2, this is a special motion for the removal of the Deputy Speaker, Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House, Senate, resolves that Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki be removed from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is true when you look at the standing orders as you have correctly ruled, we do not have to give any reasons for this kind of motion.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not even...
Senator Murkomen, why don't you give him an opportunity just so that we make progress? Let him move so that we, like I mentioned, we don't have many interruptions.
Mr. Speaker, we've just said we will abide by our standing orders. So a point of order will be raised at any point. But this one has nothing to do with the Senator of Murang'a. Mr. Speaker, this has everything to do with the mic that was used by Senator Cheriot. It's been reported widely that all that he was saying did not go to any record and the public would not follow. So for the sake of those who will come and make the same presentations there, I think that should be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, because many people are saying when Cheriot was raising his point of orders, it was muted. It was only heard in this House, not to the public.
Okay, it's noted. Proceed, Senator. Those taking care of the mics, please.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, as you have correctly ruled, I did not have to give any reason as to why I brought this motion.
Proceed with the, you have already addressed that. Proceed with the motion.
Yes, allow me to give explanation, Mr. Speaker, sir. The motion is already moved, so I'm now canvassing it, right? So, Mr. Speaker, the motion is already moved. I'm now canvassing the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, notwithstanding that ruling, I hereby give the reason as to why Jubilee Party gave me these instructions. And I'm doing this just for the benefit of my brother, Senator Professor, and also for the benefit of the public who are watching us. And the reasons are, number one, there was a meeting that was scheduled on 11th of May 2020 at State House. It happened. That meeting was by the Jubilee Party. We sent a notice as Jubilee Party to various senators who belong to our coalition, and the professor did not attend that meeting. Mr. Speaker, sir, we sent notices via SMS, and we used the last known phone mobile contact of Professor. In the event Professor did not receive that message, he ought to have updated his record with the party. But otherwise, we used the mobile that was in the party's records. After failing to attend that meeting, there was no apology that was rendered to our party. And we do have minutes, which were signed by myself and His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, the party leader of Jubilee Coalition. Mr. Speaker, sir, we serve in these positions, having been given this position by parties, and therefore, when parties lose confidence in you, they have every right to withdraw that support. Remember, Mr. Speaker, sir, when Jubilee Party supported Professor in that position, there was no reasons that were given at all. There was no framing of charges. So in the same manner, when the parties feel they don't have confidence in the Deputy Speaker, we should also be allowed to do the same. Mr. Speaker, sir, one may argue Professor did not receive a message for that parliamentary meeting. That is possible. But under Section 29 of the Evidence Act, there is a concept called judicial notice. It also applies in parliamentary practice. When a matter is so well known, so well publicized, the issue of notice, it goes without saying, is out there. This is a matter that was highly publicized by the media, and therefore it is a fact that everyone knew there was a meeting on Monday, on 11th May 2020. For whatever reason, Professor failed to attend that meeting, and therefore the party lost confidence in him. Mr. Speaker, sir, Importance of parliamentary group meetings in this country cannot be belabored. Reason being, Mr. Speaker, sir, parliamentary groups have effect of constituting governments or even toppling governments, Mr. Speaker, sir. Whereas I agree Kenya is a presidential system, is not a parliamentary system like the UK and Canada and other Commonwealth jurisdictions, we often draw lessons from Commonwealth countries. Mr. Speaker, sir, I bring to your attention to South Africa, where a parliamentary group meeting recalled President Thabo Mbeki. Mr. Speaker, sir, Theresa May was kicked out of government by a parliamentary group meeting. Mr. Speaker, sir, President Trump, who is a president of a country within a presidential system, was saved in an impeachment entity, in a military process, by a parliamentary group meeting. So therefore, when parliamentarians are meeting as political parties, what we have there is what we call sovereignty. Look at Article 1 of the Constitution. It says people can exercise sovereignty, they themselves or through their elected representative. And therefore, the meeting that was at State House was so crucial to this party. And when Professor failed to attend, the party was not happy. Mr. Speaker, sir, another reason why the party has felt it does not have confidence with Professor is the events that happened on 26 February 2020 in this House. What happened, Mr. Speaker, sir? On that day, a motion was brought by the then Majority Leader, Kipchumba Murkomen. That motion was what we call an adjournment motion. It was discussing the transfer of functions from Nairobi City County to national government. Then, after the debate, a ruling was rendered by Professor. The effect of that ruling was that this Senate, some certain committee should proceed to investigate that matter. The problem with that ruling, Mr. Speaker, sir, were three. Number one, under the standing orders of this House, adjournment motions do not crystallize into resolutions. Secondly, under these standing orders of this House, that what we call debate ideally should be about ventilations. So, in fact, the minority leader the following day raised a point of order, and the substantive speaker vacated that ruling. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason why the president has been in the top front pushing for certain factions to go to the national government for Nairobi, he wants to ensure his manifesto is implemented in this country. He wants
What's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the majority whip, beyond trying to go around issues, has made it clear that indeed, which is what we all believe in, that, Mr. Speaker, if there was no reason for your appointment, there should be no reason for your disappointment. But now we can see him going around in circles trying to look for reasons as to why this removal is being done. Mr. Speaker, would it be in order for me to urge him just to summarize and move and it to be seconded and we get done with this? Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, the danger is that he will start getting into rulings of the Speaker and start going into issues that actually have no bearing as to why this move is being made. And the more he goes into those reasons, many people who have different reasons for supporting or not supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, will definitely hold a different view. So to save time, because it's coronavirus season, this is not about Nairobi, this is not about anything Speaker Kindiki has done on his chair. The same way we appointed Speaker Kindiki without reason is the same way he can be removed or not removed without reason. So kindly, Majority Whip, summarize and let it be seconded.
Yeah, I think you've been guided. Don't get into dangerous explanations.
Mr. Speaker, I stand guided.
Okay. What's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to
Mr. Speaker, the chief accuser of his former teacher, Professor Kindiki, is his student, the Senator of Muranga, Kangata. Mr. Speaker, I actually kind of like what Kangata is doing. Because, Mr. Speaker, the country has been waiting with bated breath to know what is this big mistake the son of the Ameru has done. And, Mr. Speaker,
your point of order.
It will be wrong, Mr. Speaker, for us to rush. I don't agree with Senator Sakaja that we must rush, Mr. Speaker, and just vote, because perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we are haunted by our conscience and the shame that comes with the things we are about to do. Mr. Speaker, allow the mover. I am of the opinion that, Mr. Speaker, allow the mover to parade his, Mr. Speaker, evidence before the public, because even though we are in these chambers, the Senate itself is on trial. So let the people know, Mr. Speaker, when later senior counsels in this House who are 3, and people who call themselves fighters of democracy, people who senior, when they finally vote,
Senator Murkomen,
let Kenyans know they are voting because
Senator Murkomen,
a senator failed to attend their meeting, Mr. Speaker, that has not been substantiated.
Senator Murkomen, you know, you are making provocative statements, and when they respond, you say you are being abused. Please, let us respect each other. When you say those who call themselves the so-called, let us avoid that kind of
I did not, Mr. Speaker. I am very careful. I had your communication, Mr. Speaker. I am very careful not to mention any person's name, Mr. Speaker.
Just order, Senator. Order, Senator Orengo. Just a minute. I also want to assure you that I also went to school, and properly. So I can also be able to...
I have heard, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, except that I'm still waiting for your ruling over the last 1 week, Mr. Speaker, despite the assurance you have given me in the chambers.
Senator Orengo, what's your point of view?
Mr. Speaker, let us have an orderly debate. It would appear that the Senate is going to confine to the contribution of one senator. And if you look at the time we have taken and assign who has spoken, if we go that route, then even we will not be able to deal with the substance. I appeal with you, Mr. Speaker, that let other senators have a chance. If there's a point of order, let somebody cite the particular point of order so that it is specific. But I think we are raising points which are not necessarily points of order.
Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, would it be in order to rule both Senator Sakaja and Senator Murkomen out of order? Because the mover of the motion, it is upon him to define how convincing it can be, because what he's doing is to convince us as members of the Senate to agree or disagree with his motion. So a call for him to truncate or a call for him to elongate is completely out of order. It is for Senator Irungu Kangata to determine the most convincing tone and approach. Mr. Speaker, I beg.
Senator, order, Senator Sakaja. Senator Kangata, proceed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm about to conclude. I'll just say 2 things, Mr. Speaker, sir. Number 1, we hold several positions in this Senate pursuant to confidence of the party. And my party leader, the party that I belong, Jubilee Coalition, wants the best for this country. I'm not bringing this motion because I have a personal issue with my brother, Professor. No, I do not have any personal issue with Professor. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, when I got these instructions from the party to withdraw the confidence from Professor, I sent emissaries to him. I told him, is there a way you can try to talk with the party to restore confidence to it? Mr. Speaker, sir, after those emissaries got back to me, we got an engagement with Professor. And we talked with Professor for fairly almost 1 hour. I told him, Mr. Professor, you are my teacher. It is not, I'm not bringing this motion as Kangata, no. I'm bringing this motion as a majority whip. If there's a way you can talk out this issue with the party, I have no problem. Mr. Speaker, sir, Professor told me he would want a written document from the party. But to me, that's neither here or there. When the party was appointing him to that or supporting him for that position, he did not give him a letter. Jubilee did not frame any reason as to why they gave him that position. It was an issue on confidence. I will end with these words. President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Allow me to finish.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. No,
let him
before
conclude. Order, Senator Murkomen. Order, Senator Murkomen.
If he concludes, Mr. Speaker, I will not. If he concludes,
I'll give you an opportunity.
But if he concludes, Mr. Speaker, it will not be point of order.
No,
it won't be a point of order. Mr. Speaker, please.
Okay, what's your point of order, Senator Murkomen?
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Kangata to, Mr. Speaker, several times refer to a decision of the party to remove Senator Kindiki? In fact, several times saying that the party has lost confidence, the party has decided. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Kangata to make allegations that Mr. Speaker he cannot substantiate? Because most of us who are members of the party here are not aware of any party meeting where there is a national executive committee, where there is PG that made a decision.
Don't
Mr.
drag,
Speaker, but that's a very fundamental point of order, Mr. Speaker, because the public is watching.
I know. Please, don't drag the Speaker into party issues.
The party issues are the basis of the decision that is being made on the floor of the House.
Okay, but don't drag me into those issues, Senator Murkomen. Let him conclude. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I've asked for Kangata to substantiate, not you, the Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Okay, what's your point of information, Senator Sakaja? Then Senator Orengo.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that Senator Kangata has allowed to be informed and that even accepted my plea for truncation. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I'd like to inform the House and Senator Kangata is that when he says that the party lacks confidence, the party in this House is represented by senators who are in Jubilee Party. Raphael Tuju is not voting in this House, or anybody else out there. So when he says party, he is rightly in order to say that the members here actually don't have that confidence. Mr. Speaker, secondly, because you said that this is the first removal of a deputy speaker and there is no precedent. Mr. Speaker, we have comparative jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 17th April 2019, Crispin Blunt in the House of Commons had a motion to remove my friend, the former Speaker of the House of Commons, Bekro. Mr. Speaker, that motion had no reason. He just said impartiality and did not even go into depth. And that's why I'm telling Senator Kangata, the more you talk, the more you're giving Murkomen things to talk about. Let us finish and go ahead with it, Mr. Speaker. That precedent is there. We follow the Commonwealth tradition, Mr. Speaker, and that really must be how we move along with this. So the party is represented in this House by 39 senators in Jubilee, and the minority party is represented by a number of senators. So we're not talking about party elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. So I hold and I still urge Senator Kangata, please.
Senator Orengo, what's your point?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to inform Senator Kangata that in as much as you are being harangued that there was no party meeting, it is in the public knowledge that the distinguished senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, with others, filed a case in the High Court challenging the Jubilee Party and KANU as to whether or not there was a party meeting. And there were responses to that case, but subsequently, they have withdrawn that case, which means that what they placed before the court had no standing. Secondly, there was another case that was taken to the tribunal by the Honorable Senator from Nakuru, challenging the party Jubilee. That case, born of the same facts, was thrown away by the tribunal on the basis that what they presented before the court had no standing. And finally, Mr. Speaker, now that Senator Sakaja has given information to Senator Sakaja in relation to motions of this nature, I myself have moved a motion of no confidence on the Republic of Kenya, on the government of the Republic of Kenya. Senator Kangata's motion is even longer. Mine was just one line, that the House resolves that it has no confidence in the government of the Republic of Kenya. It was the only ever motion moved, and it was as brief as that. Secondly, I moved a motion against Speaker Kaparo on the basis of standing orders which have not changed much. And again, I was not required to give reasons, and the motion met the requirements of the standing orders. So I wish to inform Senator Kangata.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he has referred to me, and it's important. Mr. Speaker,
I thought it was information to Kangata.
No, but there is a point of order, Mr. Speaker, on the question of the cases that refer to me, because if it goes to the record of the House, it's not a true record. Mr. Speaker, the decision of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal made it abundantly clear, Mr. Speaker, that the coalition agreement between KANU and Jubilee is null and void. That decision was served on you, Mr. Speaker, and you informed the House that you will give a detailed ruling why you allowed changes in leadership in this House despite that ruling. So, Mr. Speaker, that is totally misleading.
Senator Ochilo.
Thank you. I would like to inform Senator Kangata that the standing orders that talk about removal of the Deputy Speaker is a carryover of the past order. And the past order, we used to call it motion of no confidence. Actually, the reason you have stated that Jubilee Party is withdrawing its confidence on Professor Kindiki is the reason. You need to enjoy political confidence to be able to preside over a house of this kind, to be able to represent or to be a delegate of a party of the magnitude of Jubilee. So the main reason is, does Jubilee, for whatever reason, have confidence in the person against whom they are withdrawing that confidence? And I think that is sufficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kangata, conclude.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I conclude with these words, that parties are very central to Kenyan democracy. Article 4, sub-article 2 of the Constitution says that Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and therefore, I myself as a chief whip, we must be allowed to give confidence and to withdraw confidence to those who don't follow the party lines. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, President Uhuru, as our party leader, has a certain manifesto which every person who is in this seat and getting a certain position ought to follow. And I'm here to support that cause together with my party leader, party majority leader, Pogisio. And I urge those of us who belong to Jubilee Coalition, please, to the party line, ensure President Uhuru Kenyatta achieves his vision. And we must ensure, as the political vehicle in this House, we support his agenda and his legacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
Who is the second?
My seconder is Minority Chief Whip, my brother Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Yes, Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to second this motion. And Mr. Speaker, for the record, it's important that the matters of law that have been raised are settled. The Fair Administrative Act is in front of me, Mr. Speaker, and in the making of this law, Mr. Speaker, we were all here. Professor Kindiki was the majority leader then. We did not subject the removal of the Deputy Speaker, or for that matter, the Speaker, or any person to this act. That I must say on record. Number two, for the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, I think for the reasons why, when you look at the Constitution, Article 106, and the standing orders, where this is a special motion, the reason why I think, and it's my opinion, there are no reasons, is because the position and the motion we are moving is of a member who will continue sitting in this House after the motion. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is important that that person who is going to continue sitting, who is holding a position, continues sitting in this House after a motion of this nature has been moved. And that is the position of a Deputy Speaker. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, it's not a coincidence that this motion is being moved by the leaders. We are warning ourselves, me included, that the seat I occupy as minority whip, that seat belongs to the coalition. And I must, in all cases, in the trust bestowed upon me by that coalition, continue advocating for the obligations, rights, and wishes of that coalition. Once that trust is done, Mr. Speaker, there is nothing this House can do to a person who has lost trust of his political party. It sounds like a death knell, but it's a fact. The premium, Mr. Speaker, for these positions we occupy is loyalty to the cause. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, our friend, Professor Kindiki, finds himself in this position. Mr. Speaker, it's not also a coincidence that Article 106 put such a high threshold. And I want to mention that as I sit, because I will not get into the details that Senator Kangata did, because a lot of us are not party to those issues. And I strongly believe those are not issues that all of us ought to get into. Professor Kithure Kindiki and any person occupying that position under Article 106, Mr. Speaker, must be able to show that he has the confidence of the House. And that is the reason there's a 2/3 membership. And that membership, Mr. Speaker, is a membership of the majority and minority. It's a simple thing. Votes of confidence all over the world, Mr. Speaker, are not personal. So nobody carries a personal agenda against Professor Kindiki. None of us, Mr. Speaker, are questioning his competence. None of us, Mr. Speaker, including myself, is conducting a trial. I would have great difficulties if we were conducting a trial. Since we are not conducting a trial, we did not conduct any recruitment of either you, the Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker. You were elected politically. You were brought here politically. You persuaded the majority to elect you politically. And therefore, you must persuade the majority to continue remaining in office politically. There's no other question. There's no middle ground, and that is the end of it. Mr. Speaker, to say that this is momentous, it is. We have rarely had a motion of this nature or even passed any constitutional motion that requires 2/3. The fact that this motion has reached this far should tick the mind of Professor Kindiki. What is it that you have done to this membership that would cause so many of them to allow this motion to reach at this stage? Now I'm talking to your conscience, because these decisions are about your conscience. It's not omissions or commissions. It's confidence in this House. You will sit with us here after this motion, whether you're removed or not. But ask yourself these questions as you go along. The overtures you are offered, Senator Kindiki, should have informed your decision. Since you didn't take them, the vote of confidence will be taken, and you will see it for yourself what it means, Mr. Speaker, to have a motion of this nature. Therefore, allow me to quote Churchill, because this is politics. And politics has no form. And this is what he had to say. And I say this to Professor Kindiki, my friend. Politics is the ability to foretell what is going to happen tomorrow, next week, next month, and next year. And to have the ability to explain why it didn't happen. You know what has befell you, Professor Kindiki. I support the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Senators.
Sorry, I second.
Honorable Senators, I now propose the question, which is that the Senate resolves that Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGHMP, be removed from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. Senator Cherargei. He's coming.
of order, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, Senator Rose?
Mr. Speaker, I think this debate may raise a lot of interest, and I'm just wondering if there is a time limit on the debate, Mr. Speaker.
How do people?
Mr. Speaker, how do I make my interest known to you if I want to contribute, Mr. Speaker, to the motion? Is it by pressing?
Yeah, you'll
here?
press. You'll press. Then I will note on my paper.
When we press, Mr. Speaker, the mic comes. It doesn't show.
Yeah, it comes. I will note.
Okay.
3 minutes. Except the leaders, I'll give the leaders 5 minutes each. Senator Cherargei? Yeah,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I've had my brother, Senator Kangata, who is a State House appointee of the majority side, saying that our brother, Senator, Deputy Speaker, Senator.
What's your point of order, Senator Stewart Mazayo?
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, umetuambia katika uamuzi wako ya kwamba tusitumie maneno ambayo yatakuwa aidha yanadharau ama yanaweza kuudhi mtu. Na mimi ninavyoelewa ni kwamba, tafadhali Murkomen, kama mimi naongea, it's only fair if you keep quiet. I'm on a point of order. Bwana Speaker, taratibu ni kwamba, na tunavyoelewa, Senator Kangata ni seneta wa Murang'a. Lakini sasa tukiambiwa kwamba Senator Kangata ni either ni mfanyikazi ama ni mtumishi wa State House, hiyo sisi hatuelewi. Kama ni hivyo, basi ni mtu ambaye hatakani kuketi hapa. Kama anaketi State House, amekuja kufanya nini ndani ya bunge la Senate? Na alichaguliwa na watu wa Murang'a. Kwa hiyo mimi nauliza tu, je, ni sawa sawa ikiwa ndugu yangu, mdogo wangu ambaye ni rafiki yangu, Cherargei, anaweza kutumia lugha kama hiyo?
Sio sawa sawa. Nataka niulize. I want to appeal your honorable members, please don't force me into, taking action that I should not take. You can still communicate, you can convey your message without necessarily getting into all those unnecessary jargon and whatever. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think he misunderstood me, and I can see Senator Kangata is excited because it knows the weight of being referred as a State House appointee. Because as a majority leader, we never sat to elect him. So I'm told it was through chai and mandazization that
Senator Cherargei, order, Senator Cherargei. No. So Senator Cherargei, please, you are out of order. Please, you are out of order. Let's not get into those. Please, make your point, please.
But Mr. Speaker, you need also to protect me because I can see people.
No, but I'm protecting you. That's why I'm.
Then you should, Mr. Speaker, you should allow me to be listened to. I can see people shouting across the aisle, especially people.
Make your point,
Speaker,
Senator Cherargei.
In the next few minutes, I want to say this. One is that I oppose this motion because it is illegal, it is immoral, it is even ungodly. Professor Kithure Kindiki not only has distinguished himself as a legal scholar, but has ably made rulings that have been even referred by other jurisdictions. Professor Kindiki, having served as the majority leader of then TNA and URB, and now as the deputy speaker of this house, has done very well. This political conmanship and persecution and scheming that continues, Mr. Speaker, across the political majority side.
What's your point of order, Senator?
Mr. Speaker, we are all being listened to. And Mr. Speaker, you have heard Cherargei say that we are discussing political conmanship, an illegal and immoral motion. Mr. Speaker, if we are if we allow one member to talk like that, would I be in order to also say that you will expand the debate and we talk about others' immorality? Would it be okay if we engage in such verbiage? Mr. Speaker, I request that you enforce your ruling that will be of decorum, because if the other side starts, or some people start talking the way they are doing, we have some very hot-blooded members on either side, and this thing is going to be nasty, and it's going to be shameful to the House.
Senator Cherargei, I want to caution you for the last time that there are statements that you can make in political rallies, funerals, or other places. This is a house of respect and integrity. Please make your point and stick to language that is parliamentary. I'm asking you.
Mr. Speaker, what I was just simply saying is that this moral does not meet even the threshold of principles of natural justice. Professor Kindiki, despite the fact that they are leveling accusations, I have heard even, it is shocking even to this country, that the state of Senator Kangata can challenge your rulings. It doesn't mean who sits in that seat. Even speaker panelists who sit there and make rulings, they are sanctified. Those rulings are very serious. So it has exposed to country that there is a specific way of ensuring that they persecute individuals based on political affiliation or inclination for the expediency. And I want to say this, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if this House makes either reason, either to retain or remove Professor Kithure Kindiki, it will determine the future of this House as a Senate and as Parliament. And if today Professor Kithure Kindiki is being prosecuted and removed as the Deputy Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, sir, if it goes ahead and we remove him, then we will lack both moral and legal and legislative roles that we have had as a House. Mr. Speaker, it's so disappointing that people, even I chair the legal, courtesy of the majority side, but that one is not a privilege, it is a right. Why do we make it that members who sit in leadership position appear that it's the privilege and prerogative of the party? It is not. And that is why as Jubilee will not allow impunity, worship of demigods within the party to continue, Mr. Speaker, sir.
What's your point of order, Senator Haniri?
Mr. Speaker, I want you to make a ruling on this because I know for sure that all motions that come on the floor of this House are approved by the Speaker of the House. The Honorable Senator Fernandi has made an allegation that the motion being debated now is illegal and immoral. And Mr. Speaker, if we leave this on the record of this House, then it will mean that the Speaker of the Senate approved an illegal and immoral motion and presided over the same. Mr. Speaker, I think it is absolutely important that the member withdraws those words so that they're expunged from our records. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to state clearly that we are not discussing the qualifications, the integrity of my age mate, Senator Kithure Kindiki. We have been told clearly that Kindiki was sponsored to this position by a party called Jubilee because they had confidence in him. They have since lost confidence in him, the sponsoring party. We are not debating his integrity, his capabilities. We are not. We are saying the party that sponsored him says that they have lost confidence in him. So is he in order to start debating Professor Kithure Kindiki's integrity?
Senator Cherargei, I want to appeal to you that irrespective of what your emotions are, please remember that what some of the things you're saying really border on challenging the office of the Speaker. So can you wind up and so that we are able to move?
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think I clarified that this motion in itself, I think my good neighbor was not listening, is that does not even adhere to principles of natural justice. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of confidence of the party, I can confirm to this House and Kenyans and 8 million plus Jubilee members across the country that we have never, as the senators of majority, either sat either virtually through Zoom meeting or any other form or in person to endorse any changes that we have lost confidence in Professor Kithure Kindiki as Deputy Speaker of the Senate, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a party, we will not allow some of us who are in Jubilee that these issues of impunity and political witch hunt should be prosecuted in a specific way. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to challenge my colleagues. I can see across the aisle that this decision is not about the individualism. This decision is about the future of this House. You know, this House is facing a lot of dangers, Mr. Speaker. And I can confirm to you, if we allow this impunity to go on and use rubber stamp as the minority side, if this continues to happen, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm to you that it is not going to stop here. You will be giving license to the party owners from wherever you come so that they can continue purging you politically. And for us, we are saying a luta continua. I oppose this motion in loudest terms possible. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chila Yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Jubilee is the organization that the public gave the mandate to run this nation. And in order for Jubilee to run this nation, Jubilee has vested their trust in one leader, President Uhuru Kenyatta. The leader of Jubilee also happens to be the CEO of the nation. Us who are on this side, our work is to persuade Jubilee to deliver to our people and oppose Jubilee when we think that Jubilee is transgressing. Now, Mr. Speaker, in order for our people to receive services, we want a functional Jubilee. So if Jubilee has come to this House and claimed, and we believe them, that their functionality is being affected by any person they think is disloyal, that if that person was withdrawn from their rank, then they would deliver to us. That has persuaded me, and I beg to support this motion.
Senator Kihika. Yeah, in the meantime, I don't see any here. Senator Ochilo, not Senator Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, the Jubilee Coalition has told us that they've lost confidence in one of their members who has served this House diligently as a Deputy Speaker. The question is whether the House agrees with the Jubilee Coalition. Does the House have confidence in Kithure Kindiki? And that's the reason why this decision could not be taken at the parliamentary group meeting at State House or wherever it was taken. That decision has been brought to us. And it is now upon us to reflect and make that decision, a decision that will not break this House. Mr. Speaker, Professor Kindiki Kithure, the man, is a fine gentleman. I have followed him in many aspects of his life. He went to Lenana School, and I went there after him. He went to Moi University, I went there after him. He came to the Senate, and I came to the Senate after him. Today his head is on the chopping block. I hope that I will not follow him there. But I want to encourage Professor Kindiki to go back to the scriptures that he's very fond of and reflect on the story of Pontius Pilate, given the responsibility to make a decision between Barabbas, the common thief, and Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I have always asked myself, what happened to Barabbas after he was released? Nobody knows what happened to Barabbas. He went into oblivion. But Jesus Christ, who was crucified, everybody remembers him. Professor Kindiki, you have served us for the duration that you have done. You have served us well. Your party has lost confidence in you. That is a point at which we say that the center cannot hold and things fall apart. The future is bright. You will continue being a member with us here in case the House also resolves it has no confidence in you. But I must say that while he sat on that chair, he made certain rulings, certain precedents that have strengthened this House. Mr. Speaker, let us finish these things so that we can go back to the fight against COVID, fight against poverty, and let us set a good example for county assemblies to emulate. We have been blaming our assemblies for leadership changes every other day. Let us not degenerate to the level that we have been condemning in the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, because the center cannot hold, because things have fallen apart, I support the motion.
Senator Susan Kihika.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first wanted to talk, it was more of a point of order, but since it takes quite a while to get here, I'll just do my contribution to the motion. But also for the record, it's important that I correct that the minority leader of the House, Senator James Orengo, misled the House. He misled the House when he stated that when he brought a motion back in '96 against Kaparo, that he did not give any grounds or any reasons for the removal, for the censure. And I have that answered here in front of me, and it is clear that he gave grounds. So it's a travesty, and it is just immoral that we have a motion in this House here today to remove the very distinguished Senator, Professor Kindiki, without having any grounds. It's also very clear from the standing orders, Mr. Speaker. The Standing Order 96, Paragraph 4, no senator shall impute improper motive or any other senator or to a member of the National Assembly except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days' notice has been given, calling in question the conduct of that senator or member of the Assembly. It's very clear here what we are doing. We are moving forward with the removal of the Deputy Speaker of this House. So it was imperative and important that the motion that was brought here today by the Senator from Murang'a have the grounds for removal. And as I stated earlier, when Senator Orengo did his to Kaparo, he stated, he had on the motion that the rulings Kaparo had made were in error. So it's inaccurate and improper to say that you can just bring a motion, Mr. Speaker, to remove the Deputy Speaker without any grounds. So I really needed that for the record, because we have become a House that's just a useless House, if I may use the word, but I know they will jump with standing orders. Okay, let me rephrase it.
Yeah, yes, Senator Susan.
We have become a House that is controlled from other chambers, from other areas, from other places. And the most unfortunate thing is myself growing up, some of the senators that I looked up to, who were the defenders of human rights and other things in this country, are now the ones that are presiding or helping move this madness forward, where you can have the removal of a very competent Deputy Speaker without any reasons. But anyway, I'm sure you all will do whatever you will do. You will vote whichever way you will vote, because you carry brief for whoever you carry brief for. But I stand here today to say that some of us, whether we are 2 or 5 or 10, we shall continue to fight on, and we shall not allow the dictatorship that this country is quickly just becoming a dictatorship. And unfortunately, Senator Orengo, you fought so many battles to get away from that. But thanks to you, we are quickly moving that direction. But it is okay. Maybe we shall have the third, maybe we shall move forward, and we shall be the ones to now lead this next part, in not just being part of the axis of evil that is happening here today. It also says a lot that as we call into question the competency, I don't know, because again, we had no grounds for this motion. I've heard the Senator of Murang'a make some, in his moving notes, talk about a few things here, and others who we thought were such defenders of democracy stand up and try to have him just proceed. And it is because most of you cannot look at yourselves in the mirror, and that is why you do not want to have any reasons as you remove this very competent man. You just are carrying brief, and that's okay. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion.
There's a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Keika doesn't have a seat to take, so today we'll offend the rules. Mr. Speaker.
No, I can't sit. You said I can't sit where it doesn't say sit.
Order, senators. Continue in these extraordinary times. I'll allow her to stand.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I understand the passion and the, manner in which Senator Kika is speaking. But Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Rules, and certain things in our standing orders are being offended. Number one, when this house has been called useless, and the senator has said that she's rephrasing it, actually what should be done is withdrawing, because it cannot remain on the record of this house that a senator has expressed the uselessness of where she sits, because that speaks to many things. Number two, Mr. Speaker, when imputing improper motive by saying that the senators here who are leading this country into dictatorship and the senators here actually were part of the axis of evil, Mr. Speaker, that also goes against our standing orders in what do you call it? Imputing improper motive on colleagues. Mr. Speaker, while we allow the passionate expression of heart and whatever might be coming out, I urge you to ask that those words are withdrawn, because they will forever remain on the record of this House. But her opinions are rightfully her opinions, and she can express them, Mr. Speaker. I ask that you rule that our rules are followed with respect to those two issues that she has done.
I leave her to her conscience, because she serves this House. She's a member of this House, and she knows what. I leave it to her conscience. That's all that I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So anyway, as we leave here today, whatever the decision that we shall make as a House, I oppose this motion. And let me say, as I sit or as I walk away, that Senator Kindiki, Professor Kindiki, has served this House with distinction. He is a man of honor in a House that does not value that. He is a man who is extremely competent, and I'm sure we shall not be able to see that as we move forward. But that's okay. That's the decision that we shall have to make here today.
Senator, your time.
1 minute, 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. I was interrupted with the many points of order.
Okay.
Thank you. So this is a motion that is quite vile, dishonorable, and I hope that in future we can focus on fighting corona, the poverty that is in our country, instead of hiding behind corona to use dictatorship to remove people from office. I oppose this motion. Thank you.
Senator Mwaura.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have known Professor Kithure Kindiki since the year 2005. When
what's your point of order, Senator Sakaja?
Mr. Speaker, you know, when I rose and questioned what is going on, there is a very dangerous precedent that is being set, Mr. Speaker. Standing orders 96, 1, 2, and 3 are clear about content of speeches, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when a senator offends the standing order and we leave it to someone's conscience, Mr. Speaker, are we saying that then these standing orders are suggestions, or are we going to follow standing orders?
Senator Sakaja, I have made a ruling on that matter. What you are now doing is also challenging the Speaker, which is out of order. Senator Mwaura, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I knew Professor Kithure Kindiki way back in the year 2005. That time he was a doctor at Moi University, when we were working together on a project on human rights for people with disabilities with the York University. I'm sure Professor can remember that. And I greatly admired him. Later on, I could see him making commentaries on TV on various political and legal issues. And all of that, to the extent that therefore, in the 11th Parliament, we were able to meet in the House. And Professor Kindiki, if you see him on the floor of the House, you can see he's actually at peace, actually, with himself, because he has actually conducted himself in a very, honorable manner. And he also has not forgotten his pedagogy, because when senators speak, he almost wants to award marks. He would say, well, very well, you've spoken very well here and there, just to show that actually he's still having his eyes on the academy. And Mr. Speaker, you know, since I joined politics, I've come to see that politics really is the art of the possible, is who gets what, where, and how. In fact, it is, according to me, some form of amorphous formlessness. It is the informality
that constitutes the formal. And so therefore, there are no really clear rules. Because, for example, there is no way you can explain how an individual A would vote for an individual B and not individual C. There is no guarantee, there is no threshold, it's just a choice. And again, in politics, there are no permanent friends or permanent enemies, only interests. Now, the late minority leader, Francis Nyenze, told me when I joined Parliament, that time we had CORD and the Jubilee coalition of TNA and URP, and CORD of Wiper, ODM, and Fort Kenya and others. And he told me that, Mwaura, within 6 months, you'll start seeing people changing their political allegiances. These things we are calling here will change. And indeed, he was vindicated. It is the same thing that we are also seeing in this 12th Parliament. Interests have changed, and a lot have changed. And I would want to say, just for purposes of record and transparency, that some of us, as Senator Kangata alluded to, we are very much involved in ensuring that we do not come to this decision. And Senator James Orengo, you can bear me witness, and Senator Njeru Ndwiga and others. We really tried to ensure that indeed there is a pathway that would ensure that an alternative, that the party confidence on the part of Professor Kithure Kindiki is actually restored, is actually perpetuated, so that we can continue to enjoy his contributions and his presiding over this House. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you agree that he's been very helpful to you. But having said that, I think there comes a time where decisions have to be made because it's a matter of procedure. It is actually true, Mr. Speaker, that there is always this question about how parliamentary positions are filled, whether a party has the right to de-whip a member from a committee or a position of privilege, because all of us who hold any position in a committee or the House leadership are a result of the numbers. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of you are actually placed, where you are supposed to be. And that is the case. But then when it comes to removal, it's always a question of, is there an independence of Parliament in that regard? So maybe in the future of our standing orders is something we want to canvass, because we are actually evolving democracy, to see to it that then you actually mediate that process. You interlocute that process so that then it is actually neater and you're able to do much more. So Professor Kindiki, as I conclude, because I can see the yellow line is there, I want to leave you with these words. In politics, your future allies are your current nemesis, and your current allies are your future detractors. In the end, what matters is that you arrived at your desired goal and position, and both friend and foe, ally and the alienated, we reckon you are fan in their flame. Keep going. Thank you.
Senator Kabaka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity you've given me to also air my views with regard to these important motion. I won't repeat what other people have said. It's very interesting, and it is the very heavy heart that as humans being, we have to subject some of our colleagues to exigencies of the game of politics. I was just thinking that as a lawyer in this house, I've come to realize that what we've learned in School of Law and what we have taught in universities is not actually what happens in the parliament. In parliament, it's a different ball game. It's very interesting that a man of impeccable academic prowess, Professor of International Law, Professor Kindiki, has to sit here and be subjected to lectures by honorable senators, some who can also be students with the due respect. But what do we do? This has come to analogy which happened in South Africa sometimes, where a sitting president had to be recalled by his own political party. That was none other than Thabo Mbeki. That's the time I started to learn politics. And this is exactly what is happening here. It's not a question of academic meritocracy. It's not a question of professorship, whether you went to ICC even to represent people. That's not the consideration here, Professor. This is a game of politics. And it's a question of numbers. When we are told also to append signatures, people, we also do what we call soul searching. Like in my case, as a senator of Machakos, I've taught with Professor Kindiki in various universities together, more so in particular, Kenyatta University. And I remember in 2013, both of us resigned to venture in this game of politics. Least did we know that things can fall apart. Very interesting. Professor Kindiki was lucky, 2013 you got the seat and you came to Senate. Kabaka, I didn't get it, somebody else got. But here we are today as friends. Because of the party politics, which is the hallmark of this game of politics. Because of party politics, Professor Kindiki, you happen to belong, lucky enough, you happen to belong to the greatest political parties and the ruling party, Jubilee. It has its own benefits, and it's the same benefit which you derived when pursuant of Article 106 to C, I mean 1B and C, which applied. You are elected as a position, not of the Senate, position of a deputy speaker, together with even the speaker or other speakers even in the other house, National Assembly, through the goodwill of the political party, which is Jubilee. So I don't see, in terms of politics, without putting moral turpitude, that absolutely the political party has a right to recall you. And if it has decided that they want to put somebody else, who are we? Who are we? It's a question of ganging numbers, and we put you, whereas when 1789 in French Revolution, the guy, I wish Senator Tangula was around as a great historian. He will tell you that a person who designed the guillotine, a guillotine, after he was the third person to be chopped. Absolutely. We are chopping you now, and I'm sure even in our side, I hear rumors we are also about also to be chopped. I know soon it will be Kabaka to be chopped, or Mutula or somebody else. So there is no, it is the right thing. In fact, if I were you, I would have even actually signed a memo to His Excellency the President, the party leader, and you should have exited longer than subjecting us to this afternoon game. I should be elsewhere teaching my children how to do assignment. So I support Mr. Speaker. Next time, if the guillotine come to Kabaka, so be it. Thank you. I support.
Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, mimi nataka kuunga mkono kwa kusema na kuweza kumweleza.
A point of order. Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Mr. Speaker, there's a concern about how we are wearing our masks. Could you please reiterate the rules that we must wear our masks and cover our noses? The public are watching, and I think what we are doing is what they should do out there when they're in the streets. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, let's, I know it's a bit uncomfortable, but let's try. Senator Mazayo.
Asante Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, Kindiki ni rafiki yangu, ndugu yangu, ni shemegi yangu. Lakini kwa mambo ya siasa, nafikiria yeye amesoma zaidi vitabu, mpaka akafika level ya kuwa profesa. Lakini kwa upande wa siasa nafikiria kidogo alinoga. Lakini hayo ya kijiri, mimi nataka kusema kwamba kuna filosofa mmoja aliyeishi zamani, na yeye pia alikuwa msomi, alikuwa kitu Micheveli. Na mimi nimekuwa kila siku nikisema hii kwamba ikiwa wewe umechaguliwa ama ikiwa wewe umeandikwa kazi, usiwe mwerevu kuliko yule bosi wako. Chevele alisema hiyo katika mambo ya utawala na mambo ya madaraka, wanaita principles of power. Na vile vile ni kwamba ukiambiwa usiwe mwerevu kuliko bosi wako, wewe unaweza kuwa umesoma sana. Kama najua Profesa Kindiki amesoma sana, na pengine bosi wake hakufika elimu kama hiyo, lakini sio sababu ya kwamba bosi akikwambia fanya hivi wewe unakuwa unatumia akili yako. Mimi natoka katika chama cha ODM, na ni lazima nikiwa nitaheshimu, mtu wa kwanza lazima niheshimu ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na alafu kitu cha pili ni lazima niheshimu pati yangu. Vile pati yangu inanielekeza ni lazima niangalie na nifate mkondo wake. Nikikosa kufata hiyo, basi ni kama ambaye mimi nataka kuachana na hicho chama na nitafute njia ya kwenda. Na kule nitakako kwenda sijui kama ni kuzuri ama ni kubaya. Manake wanasema ya kwamba unaweza kuacha kuzuru ukifikiria kule kuzuri ndio kuzuri zaidi, ukaenda kukuta ndio kubaya zaidi kuliko kule umetoka. Kwa hiyo mimi nataka tukusema ya kwamba ama kumpatia wasia ndugu yangu. Na nataka kumpatia wasia huu kwa imani kuu, na kwamba yeye afunge huu usia wangu kwenye vidole vyake. Aitunze huu usia wangu kama mboni ya macho yake, ya kwamba ukiangalia mbele kama ni siasa, wewe ni lazima ufate mkondo wa maji. Tunaona mafloods yanapiga katika Kenya. Ule mkondo wa maji ukiwa unaenda, yale maji vile yanavyoteremka yanabeba kila kitu, yanabeba miti, kila kitu. Kwa hiyo wewe sasa umejipata katika panda hiyo. Hivi sasa utazama, lakini kuvunjika kwa mwiko sio mwisho wa kupika. Kwa hiyo ndugu yangu, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba sisi kwa upande wa coalition ya NASA haikukuleta hapa na hayo makosa. Makosa hayo yameletwa na chama chako hapa mbele. Kwa hiyo ni jukumu lako sasa ujukumike kuchukua hii punishment ambayo utapewa sasa. Lakini ukumbuke kuna leo na kesho, na tukuombea kila laheri. Na mimi sina budi bali kuunga mkono jadala huu. Asante.
Senator Murkomen.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, allow me to make a few comments on this very important motion. And Mr. Speaker, to start with, I want to be very clear. I am opposing this motion. Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to defend my friend, Professor Kindiki, for he may walk his head high, knowing that he is innocent and diligent, even if persecuted so cruelly. The evil that this House does lives after us, Mr. Speaker. Long will it be remembered that this Senate, sworn to defend the Constitution and its institutions, betrayed the Republic in exchange for the meanest comfort. Mr. Speaker, the credibility of this House as the watchdog of public interest, defender of our institutions, and guardian of the rule of law has dramatically and tragically collapsed. Mr. Speaker, the usurpers of our constitution, have not laid any charge to back this disgraceful onslaught, but allege that the affected member of this House has been disloyal. Indefatigable stalwarts who have given their all to the cause, leaders who staked their careers on the daunting struggle to build and protect Jubilee and its government, men and women who stood with our abandoned, besieged, and maligned leaders, party leader and deputy party leader, a time of tribulation at home and abroad, members who have fought tooth and nail for the presidency over 3 electoral contests, servants who unflinchingly stewarded government business successfully through this House, time without number. Today, these people are now being insulted, Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order,
as
Senator?
Disloyal.
There's a point of order, Senator Murkomen.
I rise on a point of order to bring it to your attention that the senator for Elgeyo Marakwet is in breach of our standing orders, and in particular, standing order number 90. Mr. Speaker, the provision of standing order number 90 are very clear, and it states that number 90, paragraph 1, no senator shall read a speech, but a senator may read short extracts from written and printed papers in support of an argument. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that my very good friend, the senator for Elgeyo
Senator,
Marakwet,
relax, let him finish.
my very good friend, the senator for Elgeyo Marakwet, is reading a speech. He's not debating, he's reading a speech. That is prohibited by our standing orders.
Senator Murkomen, observe standing order number 9.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Don't read a speech.
So, Mr. Speaker, today these people are being insulted as disloyal and viciously haunted by captive party. Today, the House has been asked to ratify the injustice. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not here to mourn the fate of my friend, Professor Kindiki, because nothing, Mr. Speaker, and I repeat, nothing can harm a good man in life or in death. I grieve and mourn the deterioration of our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I mourn the serial assassination of our independent institutions, Mr. Speaker, and their replacement with shells, ghosts, and zombies, Mr. Speaker. We know, Mr. Speaker, the argument has been made that Professor Kindiki is disloyal. Mr. Speaker, the epicenter of this motion is that Professor Kindiki has been disloyal. Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence that has been presented in this House to demonstrate that lack of loyalty. Indeed, I served for second half of last term as the deputy to Senator Kindiki, deputy majority leader. And no motion was lost in this House. No government motion was lost in this House. Mr. Speaker, even the first time when I served in the Speaker's panel, no motion was lost by Senator Kindiki in this House as majority leader. Mr. Speaker, as the Speaker of this House, Senator Kindiki distinguished himself as a very committed scholar, Mr. Speaker, determined to protect the institution of the Senate. In fact, from that chair, Mr. Speaker, a number of decisions of the Deputy Speaker have been so weighty that, Mr. Speaker, has been cited by the Court of Appeal and other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, those who tell us today that Senator Kindiki is disloyal, Mr. Speaker, are the same people who, Mr. Speaker, have opposed his defense of the same loyalty, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I am not here to mourn Professor Kindiki, but today, Mr. Speaker, I am here to mourn the Senate, not to praise it. Because today's business belongs, Mr. Speaker, to the annals of history, history's worst mistakes. And, Mr. Speaker, I say so because this House has heard the move of the motion. The second of the motion, Mr. Speaker, included. They have over and over again argued, Mr. Speaker, and I wrote it somewhere, that it's about loyalty of the party. If this issue was about loyalty within Jubilee, why is NASA involving itself, Mr. Speaker, in enforcement of loyalty within Jubilee? Do you really think that a competitor, Mr. Speaker, would be so happy to participate in enforcing that loyalty? Mr. Speaker, it's not true. One thing that we decided in this House when we came to the floor of this House is that we were going to do everything humanly possible to ensure that we pull together to move this country forward. And so, Mr. Speaker, allow me 10 seconds to read this verse to Professor Kindiki. As the last, Mr. Speaker, has now known that I am the guy who posts and reads biblical verses. Mr. Speaker, Daniel 3:16-18, and I dedicate it to Professor Kindiki and all who are in his situation. It says, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego replied to him, King Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to deliver us from it, and he will deliver us from your majesty's hand. And Professor Kindiki, verse 18, I emphasize. But even if it does not, we want you to know, your majesty, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up. Mr. Speaker,
okay. Thank you.
I wish Senator Kindiki the very best. He has a great future.
Okay.
And Mr. Speaker, the future is for those who are courageous enough to swim against the current. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Linturi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. I say this is an historical moment in this country, in this Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm here as Kindiki's brother, as Kindiki's closest neighbor, and I believe in good neighborliness, and I believe in the principle of being a brother's keeper. Mr. Speaker, let me remind Kindiki that when we were growing up, and before we got circumcised, where I come from, there is a story that we were permanently being told and which was passed over to generations. That, Mr. Speaker, this country is a country of many tribes. And out of the tribes, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we were told, as you engage in relationships, as you go out there looking for a wife to marry, Mr. Speaker, you must be very careful where you are getting your girl from, because there are certain communities, or there are certain other areas in this country where you got a wife, and you are being told that the relationship can be almost predetermined and may not last long. For this matter, Mr. Speaker, this opportunity, this moment has given me an opportunity to remember that history. And that's why I want to remind Kindiki that time has come. Here we are, we were told, and culture is immutable. And when I remember that, I actually feel that how we wish we listened to our forefathers and engaged cautiously in all the kind of relationships that we get ourselves into, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, because it's, and Mr. Speaker, let this not be a laughing matter, Mr. Mutula Kilonzo Jr. Because, Mr. Speaker, those people that have good memory of the history of this country, from the pre-independence times, I want to remind the country that first, Mr. Speaker, immediately after independence, and that's why I must speak passionately about this, the first political assassination was Ameru, General Baimungi. Mr. Speaker, where we are sitting today, if I got Senator Kangata correctly, this has no, the decision we are taking tonight has no basis or will not be decided on the basis of substance, the truth, and the evidence. It's a political decision. Political decisions have consequences. And because political decisions have consequences, we won't go by them. And Mr. Speaker, let me also say that as we look forward, we must be in a position to get more sober now and see how in the contemplated constitutional reforms, if they will be coming, how we can be able to protect offices of parliament from external influence, because I believe this has given us an opportunity to reflect further on what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, allow me to tell Kindiki that don't be worried. Don't be worried. You are more popular today than you were yesterday in Meru. I can swear that, Mr. Speaker, when I go home tonight and appear in a station, the kind of confidence messages that the people are sending to us are greater than the lack of confidence that is being purported to have been the reason to why Kindiki has to go home. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not worried. We can remember history. And the next political assassination happening here is Kindiki, who is being assassinated by Jubilee Party that I think he has served with a lot of diligence. Allow me quote Professor Chinua Achebe in his book, Things Fall Apart. Mr. Speaker, Chinua Achebe said, "A man who calls his kinsmen to a feast does not do to save them from starving. They are food in their own homes. When we gather together in the moonlight village ground, it's not because the moon, we do not, or we can't see the moon from our compounds. We come together because it is good for kinsmen to do so." And Mr. Speaker, E2 Brutus, those are the ones attended by Julius Caesar in 44 BC, upon his brutal stabbing 23 times by a loyalist. The Meru nation as us. You too, Mr. Patelinda, you too, Mr. Jubilee, you have stabbed Mr. Kindiki. Rarely a single man done so much, so few. Professor fought for our party. Professor fought for our president. Professor helped us write our new constitution. And okay. In fact, the Jubilee Manifesto. Mr. Speaker, it's a shameful moment in this house.
Okay. Your time is up. Just wind up.
1 minute, Mr. Speaker, remember, is my neighbor, and okay. I have to talk to the people.
Okay. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute.
I beg you, Mr. Speaker, so that I conclude. It won't even be, maybe it will not be over.
Use it well.
Yes. That so many men and women came to twisters to commit absolute legality. Mr. Men, the champions of, when we are supposed to be champions of democracy, fairness, equity, and devolution, we've almost become the juntas of this period. Shame on us, shame to the Jubilee Party, and as you crucify our brother as a party leader, may you rest well in the notion that it was out our total anger and refusal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Faki. Thank you, Senator.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa kiranja wa upande wa wengi katika bunge la Senate. Kwanza, kabla sijatoa hoja yangu Mheshimiwa Spika, ningependa kumsahihisha ndugu yangu Senator Mazao aliposema kwamba Profesa Kindiki katika siasa alinoga. Nafikiri lengo lake ni kusema kwamba alilamba lolo, kwa sababu kunoga ni kufanya vizuri zaidi kuliko vile ambavyo yatarajiwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, niko hapa kwanza kusema kwamba ndugu yetu Profesa Kindiki ni mtu mwenye tajiriba kubwa, na ni mtu ambaye alifanya kazi yake kama naibu wa spika kwa uzoefu mwingi na vile vile pia kwa hikma kubwa, kwa sababu maamuzi aliyofanya ni maamuzi ambayo ni ya kuaminika na vile vile ameweza kutumika hata katika mahakama za nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi sote katika bunge hili, bali na wale wachache ambao wamekuja kama wabunge huru, tunadhaminiwa na vyama vya kisiasa. Na leo siasa inaweza kukukubali, kesho siasa ikakukataa. Kwa hivyo mswada huu hauna shaka kwamba lengo hapa ni la kisiasa, sio lengo la kuangalia kazi ya Seneta Kithure Kindiki ilikuwa namna gani katika bunge la Senate. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba lazima tumpe faraja ndugu yetu Kindiki kwamba ameweza kufanya kazi vizuri, na sasa imefika wakati wa kurudi awe kama sisi maseneta wengine ambao ni maseneta ambao tunahudumu na mwisho wa kwisho tunakwenda kwetu na watu wetu wanafurahia kazi zetu. Na nina hakika mimi Seneta Kithure atakuwa mtu mwenye kutupa msaada mkubwa katika majadiliano atakayoendelea katika bunge hili kuliko vile alivyokuwa katika kiti cha naibu wa spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kwamba chama kikikosa imani na wewe, ni kwamba sisi kama maseneta tunaokaa katika bunge hili hatuna njia nyingine ya kuepukana na swala kama hilo. Chama ndio ambacho vinatudhamini, na chama kikiwa hakina imani na maana kwamba muda wako wa kuhudumu katika nyadhifa ambao nimepewa na chama umeweza kuisha, hata kama ulichaguliwa na kura katika bunge hili. Na ningependa kuwakosoa wale ambao wamezungumza mbeleni hapa wakasema kwamba maamuzi yamefanywa mahali pengine. Ni kweli hata wakati uchaguzi wa Mheshimiwa Spika na naibu wake na wenye viti wa kamati mbalimbali ulipofanya mara ya kwanza, uliamuliwa mahali pengine. Kuna ndugu zetu hapa walikuwa wanataka kupiga kura upande wetu, lakini wakasema uamuzi umefanywa, kwa hivyo sisi hatuwezi kwenda kinyume na uamuzi ule. Kwa hivyo hili sio jambo la kwanza. Ni kwamba sisi kwenda mbele, yani siku za useme, ni kwamba kutoka mwanzo tukatae maamuzi yanaamuliwa sehemu ambao sisi maseneta hatuko. Tukikataa kufanywa maamuzi mahali pengine, ndio tutaweza kuipa seneti hii nguvu ya kusimama mahali popote na kutetea haki ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Bila hivyo itakuwa ni mambo ya ile Kiingereza tunaita musical chairs. Leo inapigwa kwa huyu, kesho inapigwa kwa huyu, kesho inapigwa kwa yule, na hakuna njia ambayo tutaweza kujitetea. Kwa hivyo sisi Waswahili tunasema muungwana akivuliwa nguo huinama. Nitamalizia hapo Mheshimiwa Spika. Asante, naunga mkono hoja hii.
Senator Langat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to make my contribution into this particular motion. First, Mr. Speaker, may I say that if in future there will be such an arrangement for a special sitting like this, some considerations must be put in place. For example, the arrangement today never considered people with physical challenges like Senator Musuruve, who is really struggling with the stairs and the sitting position in the other side. We have seen her down there with a lot of sympathy, and I would like to call upon those who will make such arrangements in future to consider such situations. To come to this particular point, motion, Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me also to congratulate Senator Professor Kindiki. I've known Kindiki for a long time. We taught together for around 5 years in Moi University. He's a competent professor. I've been touched by what I am seeing in social media from his former students. It is very encouraging, Professor Kindiki. I want to say that whatever it will happen will not mark the end of what God has predestined for your life. I want to say that the evidence that have been laid before this particular house, or the accusation against you, I heard when I was down there, that one is failure to attend a meeting during this particular challenging period of COVID-19. I also failed to reach the meeting because I got the message very late at midnight, and I was in the interior of Bomet. So I could not make it. I don't know the circumstances that prevail so much that you could not attend the meeting, but I want to say more consideration should have been put in place when calling such particular meeting. So I want to say also, Mr. Speaker, that you have been accused of being independent-minded. And outside there, you are getting more praises than we are doing here. It is good to be independent-minded, despite the circumstances that are prevailing. And also you've been accused for making rulings that might not have been favorable to the executive or to our party Jubilee, but they have been favorable to Kenyans. That is my happiness. So I want to say that, Professor, because my time is getting out, I want to say we thank you for being principled. That is number one. As a scholar myself, I want to thank you for standing firm and representing the scholars, that they can be dependable, they are competent, and so forth. I want also to say that I want to encourage the young scholars, or the young senators. Research has proven very well that experience can be challenged through research. So do not be intimidated by people who have been here for a long time. Their experiences, sometimes some people are experienced in wrongdoings. So experience needs to be divine. So I want to say, Kindiki, I want to quote a verse for you. If you read Romans chapter 8, verses 28, it reads that all things happen for the good of those who are with God. Don't worry. I don't know if it has been predestined that you will remain or you will go. I don't know. But whatever it will come out thereafter, I want to say, Mr. Kindiki, stand strong. And I want to say, I don't want to be, give me 1 minute, one second, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that where we came from together in the scholarly world, philosophy has it that logical premises leads to logical conclusion. So these people, I've heard them praising you, you are a good man, you are competent, but they beg to do what? To support emotion. I am different. You are competent, you are balanced, you are wonderful Deputy Speaker, and I want to say, if I say I support this motion, then I am supporting the opposite, which is mediocrity. So I oppose this particular motion strongly if we are to adhere to competence and being principled. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Malala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I walked down the memory lane 4 years ago, I was facing the same challenges Professor Kindiki is facing today. It will be inscribed in history of Kenya that I was the first deputy speaker to be elected in Kakamega County Assembly, and in the whole country, I was the first deputy speaker to be impeached. So as I'm seated here, I looked straight into the eyes of Professor Kindiki. I empathized with him, but all I can tell you, Prof, it's going to be okay. And if it's not okay, it's not the end. Mr. Speaker, the competency of Professor Kindiki cannot be questioned. I nostalgically remember how he authoritatively took control of this House with his authoritative voice, order, order, Senator Malala. But that is that. This is a political process. What the good professor did not know or did not read in his books of philosophy is that this is a political process which has been initiated by his party Jubilee. All I have to say, Mr. Speaker, to my good friend Professor, is that we loved you, but Jubilee Party loved you more. I support this motion. Thank you.
Senator Ephraim Maina.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From the very beginning, Mr. Speaker, you actually advised us that we were not impeaching anybody. And the matter in front of us is a matter for us to make a decision, but we were not impeaching anybody. Therefore, regarding all the attributes, correct ones that have been given to our brother Kindiki, that stands. And I don't think anybody in question, there is any question. But Mr. Speaker, we all know, and we must all realize, that in the world we live is a world of virtues, it's a world of tradition, and law counts just at the end, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have the situation that these positions originate from a political process. They originate from a political party. And Mr. Speaker, that is really the beginning of anybody gunning for a position, even for elective positions. You begin with a political party, Mr. Speaker. And this is no different from other organizations. For example, religious organizations. You have the Catholic Church. And I want to say, nobody will ever question when in the Catholic Church, a father is moved from point A to point B. Mr. Speaker, this matter came out of a political process, and I think a lot of time has been spent laboring on the very good attributes of the able lawyer, Professor Kindiki. Having been a professor, I have no doubt that he is a very excellent lawyer. But Mr. Speaker, you said it very early that nobody, that was never really the issue that we were to adjudicate. We have a matter here regarding the issue of the virtues of the political party, and Mr. Speaker, this is what we are coming to. And the question is whether do we go with what the political party is actually aligning itself, or do we come here in this Senate and start discussing how political parties should behave themselves? I don't think that is our job at all. And Mr. Speaker, let nobody, all the adjectives that have been used to assert even kind of a bad tribute to this House. We have had all kinds of attributes. And Mr. Speaker, if there was a way some of these tributes could be erased, because they don't hold. This is a house of honor. Mr. Speaker, truly, this is a house of honor. And the tributes some tributes have been made. I think emotions have run higher than normal today. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I would beseech you that if you had power, some of these remarks are emotional and they should not be appearing in the hazard unless they appear as an appendix. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, this is a house of honor, and the discussion we are holding is a discussion of honor. The issue is, one should look at it that it's a political process from a political party. And then, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, having looked at it, we all came here through a political party. The positions that most people hold them through a political process from their political parties as the sponsors. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt to say, when I say I support this motion, and I do support it, nobody should be saying that as such a great professor, you should not have said this and this. No, he's a great professor, and that stands. But what we are adjudicating, I support because it concerns a political party, and the political party has its own tradition and virtues which must be followed. Thank
okay,
you.
Senator Maina, where I come from, when there is somebody has died, we say people mourn anyhowly. You mourn in whatever manner. So we cannot suppress those who want to express themselves in a particular manner. In the interest of time, I'm going to limit those to speak because of also the curfew. Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you. And to my honorable colleagues from the both sides of the aisle, and to the future generation who we are bequeathing this world to, I have this to say. Party loyalty versus meritocracy are two very different things. Today, my dear brother, the man I respect a lot, Professor Kindiki Kithure, we're here to discuss the issue of party loyalty, not your competence. I have sat on this chair and listened to you, give your rulings, which are well thought out, and your competency can never be questioned. The issue at hand here is an issue that has been brought by your party in regards to your loyalty to that party. My brother, you and I go through the same challenges when my party loyalty was being questioned. And I stand here to say that I'm fully loyal to my party, ODM. I have been a loyal member of that party, ODM. And my party leader have been informed by other squatters. I call them squatters because they're not even people who have homes, that I was disloyal to the party. That is not true. My brother, you know, if it is a matter of democracy, democracy for me, and the defense of democracy, is a matter of life and death for me. But in this case, it's a party loyalty issue. My dear brother, your goose is cooked. The best you can do is to leave and fight another day. The fight that I'm personally going through, which has brought a lot of questions, is what I want to share with you so that you know you're not alone in this fight. And to the people of Tharaka Nithi, I want to plead to the people of Tharaka Nithi to continue supporting the process of democracy that brought you into this house. Because when we come into this house, we are given opportunities to serve as committee chairs, as deputy speakers. In fact, if you remember, my dear brother, when you were elected, I was your competitor. You won, and I shook your hand and I said, congratulations. So life has ways of teaching us. Party loyalty, some may argue that it might reduce the greatest to a mere, to the mere masses. But these are things which are there in history that we cannot change. So to end, I don't subscribe to the school of thought that says that we should blindly respect our parties because of democracy. But when a party has made a decision, there's nothing that we in this house can be able to do to be able to save you. If my party made a decision to de-whip me, whether or not I put a fight, the only thing that I can tell the party is that I am loyal to that party. And I will stay in that party to fight from within for my position. Because I believe that the people of Narok who elected me here did so because of merit, but not because of mediocrity. So I want to tell you, my brother, that it's going to be well. You know, these are positions we are given. And I've come to learn that politics is a really dirty game. It is a dirty game. So to end, I end with these two words. Meritocracy versus political party loyalty is something that all of us must define in the future. Are we elected because of merit or because of our loyalty to the party? In this case, it is because of our loyalty to the party that we are given that chance to serve. So my dear brother, and I want to assure my party leader that despite all the rumors you're getting, I am loyal to the core. And the people of Narok remain loyal. My brother, I'll pray for you.
Senator Wambua.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
What's your point of order, Senator Dulo, as Wambua approaches?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 106, I would request, because of the interest of time, to limit the time of talking to 2 minutes. I thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
What's your point of order, Senator Haji?
I support what Senator Fatuma Dula is saying. Some of us are fasting, Mr. Speaker. Many of you are eating and drinking. So please reduce the number of people who are contributing their time to 2 minutes.
Okay, we have very few interests which will all be accommodated, so we have only about 2 or 3, then the leaders. So, Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make a contribution to this motion on the removal of Senator Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki from the position of Deputy Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. The Speaker, the mover of this motion, the Majority Leader, Senator Kangata, the Whip, Majority Whip, has tabled what he believes to be the grounds for the removal of Senator Kindiki. Mr. Speaker, of all the grounds that he has tabled, the Senator of Kitui will be guided by the ground of the fact that the appointing party has lost confidence in Kithure Kindiki, Senator, as Deputy Speaker. The Speaker, there is no amount of debate on the floor of this chamber that can fix that relationship issue. It's a relationship between the Senator and the leadership, the top leadership of Jubilee. The Speaker, what we're being called upon to do today is to make a political decision. And for the avoidance of doubt, Mr. Speaker, that decision will be made. When debate on this motion began, Mr. Speaker, I listened to our senior senators, our leaders, our lawyers, arguing and debating on the application and interpretation of the law in regard to the removal of the Deputy Speaker. But the Speaker, even those of us who are not lawyers, we know very well that you cannot use general provisions of the law to make a decision on a matter for which there are specific provisions. So, Mr. Speaker, Article 106 will apply on this one. But more so, Mr. Speaker, I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the decision that will be made on the fate of Professor Abraham Kithure Kindiki has got nothing to do with his competence or performance on the chair. In fact, Mr. Speaker, and I want to support the contribution by Nairobi Senator Sakaja, that the Majority Whip did not do a very good job at the moving of this motion. When you want to tell this House and this country that one of the reasons why you want to remove the Deputy Speaker is on account of a decision he made on the chair, the Speaker, that will set a very bad precedent. That future speakers will be looking over their shoulders
before they make any decision. Decisions that are made on the floor of this House are Senate decisions. They are not decisions of an individual speaker or an individual senator. The Speaker, having said that, I would want to specifically speak to my brother, my neighbor, Senator Kindiki. In the book of Isaiah, chapter 49, verse number 15, God asks a very difficult question. Can a mother forget a suckling child, that she may have no compassion on the son of her own womb? And the Bible says, yes, but I will never forget you. The Speaker, and to my brother, Senator Kithure Kindiki, it doesn't matter what the outcome of this process is. God will never forget you, and he will never forsake you. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because I served in the same Christian Union at Moi University with Senator Kithure Kindiki. He was a senior leader of the Christian Union as a member of the care group, and I know his faith and trust in God. My brother, we will have to do what we'll have to do, but God still remains on the throne. The Speaker, I support.
Senator Professor Ongeri as Senator Cheriot approaches.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak, if I may have any little experience to give to a very distinguished scholar at the university, let me do it now. We all serve and have served in various capacities, whether appointed capacities as a minister or elective positions. Doesn't matter what it is, you all the time serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. Any indication that there is no confidence in you in itself calls upon a very quick meditation on what you should do about that event. And many times I've escaped the wrath of a very ruthless decision, because when I considered all things, I said sometimes it's better to move aside and allow certain things happen, because when they happen, you are vindicated in the future. I've lost elections 3 times because people told me you did not perform well. And 4 times I've been elected back to power. That in itself is a very humbling experience. There was a time when there was a change of leadership in the party hierarchy, and the man I loved so much, the late President Moi, said it's time to change the format. Professor Saitoti was the vice president. He was the vice chairman of the party, KANU. And when the change came, we accepted it gracefully. In the end, Professor Saitoti ended up being the vice president of President Moi until he decided to leave at the other time when he joined the other party. So don't compare the academia with the political games. These are 2 different worlds altogether. If I were you, I would not listen to the kind of heavy messages being told you move on, move on, move on, move on. Because after this debate, I dare say, Professor Kindiki, that you will be on your own. And that's the time you will know those who are pushing you, they'll be miles away. Miles and miles away. My only simple advice, that accept the challenge that has been put before you gracefully, and take the opportunity at some stage to meet the party boss, and reconciliations are possible. If we were able to reconcile in 2007, 2008, in very acrimonious elections, why can't a simple matter like this one you reconcile? Party loyalty is critical to anything else, even if you think internally that you are right. But when it comes to what the party wants to tell you to do, I think you should do it. You can query it internally and be able to raise issues that you might have wanted to raise internally. But when it comes to the public domain, I think you must not give an opportunity to your enemies to push you to the limit, because I call them your enemies because they will push you to the limit. At the end of it all, they will leave you hanging. I think my advice would be, take this gracefully, because it's a decision of confidence. It has nothing to do with qualities. It's that the party has no confidence in you, and a motion has been brought before this House. And the only reason why it is before this House is that because when you were elected, your name was proposed unanimously from your Jubilee Party, and this side, we had no option except to support you. Now, similarly, your own party has now suggested that they have no confidence in you. And I think if I were you, if I had an opportunity to talk to you earlier, the best course of action would have been for you to resign. But I didn't have that opportunity, but I can still offer you that opportunity by saying, accept this decision gracefully so that you can move on for better things. I support the motion.
Senator Chariot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this chance. Mr. Speaker, I oppose this motion. Mr. Speaker, celebrated Senegalese author Osman Sembene, while writing in his book, Hala, speaks of the importance of African leadership and gives it as an example that it is based on our inability to focus on what is essential, but our legendary desire to always be preoccupied with trivialities, that Africa is what it is today. Mr. Speaker, if a visitor were to visit Nairobi and were to be informed that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is meeting this afternoon, and they were given the question, why do you think the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is meeting? They would perhaps think that we are meeting as a reaction to the pleadings that were made by the Council of Governors Chair, Governor Wycliffe Oparanya, 3 days ago, reminding the country that up to this point as we speak, our county governments are yet to be furnished with funds to fight the COVID challenge that this country is facing. Or perhaps you will be told that this Senate is meeting to consider and try and establish the truth of the veracity of the claims that were made in the local dailies recently, that up to 358 billion of taxpayers' money that should have been used to fight this particular menace has been stashed away. Or even a simpler reason, Mr. Speaker, that we are just trying to brainstorm on how we can cushion our citizens during this difficult time. But lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, you will be told that you are meeting to discuss the conduct of a deputy speaker who failed to attend a meeting. Therefore, the Senate of the Republic of Kenya is gathered. Who cast us Africans, Mr. Speaker? What is our problem? Why do we ridicule the people that send us to this house? If we had this same amount of energy and vigor that we are displaying this afternoon, then this house, Mr. Speaker, should have concluded the bill that was generated here more than a month ago on various responses to the challenges of COVID that are being faced by the various citizens that we represent in this house. But it is what it is, Mr. Speaker. That's why we are gathered. I want to speak to my friend, Professor Kindiki, and ask him to take heart and stay strong. Remember the words of the late Maya Angelou, the American poet, that don't make it your life mission to survive, but seek to thrive. Senator Kithure Kindiki, you have sought to thrive. Many will make the decision today that is convenient for them to survive politically, but you have chosen to thrive. I stand with you, my brother. Finally, in concluding, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge my colleagues, because you've had long lectures about political party loyalty, be loyal to the party leader. Read Article 91 of our Constitution before you sleep tonight, fellow senators, on what is a political party. I argue today before this House, Mr. Speaker, that a political party is not the party leader. When you disagree with the party leader, you have not disagreed with your party. And that is a mistake of Kithure Kindiki. Read, understand that a political party is about good governance. It's about the ideals of democracy. Go further and read Article 91 too, that in this country it is against the law to form a political party along the ideals of religion. I weep, Mr. Speaker, because what has befallen my party, Jubilee, is that it has become a religious cult, where if you disagree with the party leader, you are called a heathen and thrown out. That is what is happening to Kithure Kindiki, and it's against the law. We need to be sincere to ourselves and rise to the occasion as a house. Speak to the true ideals of democracy and say that enough is enough. If we believe that we are a house that is founded on truth, founded on all the ideals of democracy, you cannot support such a motion. Don't give us excuses and say, oh, political party loyalty. There is nowhere that shows that Kindiki has absconded his duties as a Jubilee senator. Senator Kindiki, walk proud and tall. I can assure you, because I know the pulse of the membership of Jubilee, the more than 8 million members of a Jubilee party, if a vote were to be taken today, they will stand with you and tell you that you're on the right path. Speak truth to power and stay true. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kinyua. Is Senator Kinyua near here?
Speaker, hoja ya nidhamu tafadhali.
What's your point of order, Senator Mazayo?
Bwana Spika, kwa heshima na taadhima kuu ya Senate, nilikuwa nauliza tu kwamba ikiwa tunaweza kutafakari habari ya tuko katika pia mwezi wa Ramadhani, na tuko na dada zetu na ndugu zetu wa Kiislamu, ambapo hivi sasa pia tuko na mzee wetu hapa ndani, mzee Haji, ambaye babangu mimi. Na ingekuwa pengine tungefupisha ama tungesema huyu awe wa mwisho, ili tupate nafasi, wapate nafasi ya kuweza kwenda katika msikiti kuomba, alafu waende wakachukue futari, wafungue mwadhini.
Nakuelewa sana, huyo ndiye atakuwa.
Nakusihi sana Bwana Spika, tupunguze tafadhali.
Nimekuelewa, huyo ndiye atakuwa mwisho, tutasikia za kutoka kwa
Shukran Bwana Spika.
Kindiki na viongozi wa Senate. Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii. Siku ya leo itabaki katika kumbukumbu ya historia, kwa sababu mimi nimesikiza kwa marefu na mapana. Nikasikiza hoja yenyewe, tuhuma zilizoletwa kwa naibu wa spika, nikaziweka mizani Bwana Spika. Mizani tuhuma pamoja na utendaji kazi wake. Ukweli usemwe, kwa sababu Mswahili anasema mngala muue na haki umpe. Kazi aliyoifanya ukiweka katika mizani inaonekana ni kazi ambayo sisi wenyewe, mswada huu nikiufuatilia vizuri, mimi Bwana Spika nataka kuupinga leo, kesho na hata milele. Kwa sababu huo ndio ukweli. Ukweli unapaswa usemwe, kwa sababu yeye ameongoza hapa akiwa amekalia kiti hicho, na ameleta tabasamu badala ya magawanyiko katika seneti hii yetu. Ikifika sisi wenyewe badala ya kumpa kongoya, nilidhania leo tunakuja kumpa kongela kwa kazi nzuri aliyofanya na pongezi. Nasikia viongozi wenzangu maseneta wanapongea, wanampaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. Kwa sababu
hoja yako ni gani, Senator Sakaja?
Bwana Spika, wenzetu maseneta ambao wanazungumza Kiswahili leo wanatukanganya. kuna mwingine amesema kulamba lolo, mwingine sasa anasema tungempa kongowea. Jameni, tafadhali waeleze, hata kama ni Kiswahili watumie Kiswahili sanifu, wala sio sheng au mambo mengine. Kulamba lolo ni sheng na ni kongole, si kongolea.
Bwana Speaker,
basi ongea Kiswahili kile kitaeleweka na wale maseneta pia ambao pengine.
Bwana Speaker,
kwa hoja ya nidhamu.
Bwana Speaker,
hoja yako ni nini Senator Madzayo?
Bwana Speaker, kwa heshima Bwana Kinywa, najua anaongea na singependa kumwingilia ndugu yangu mdogo, lakini kitu ni kwamba amesema hapa kwamba tunampaka Profesa Kindiki mafuta na mgongo wa chupa. Haya ni mambo ya kwamba sisi tunaongea hapa ni kwamba tunamdanganya. Tukimtia moyo tunamdanganya. Sasa kwa hiyo kupaka mafuta na mgongo wa chupa ni kumdanganya mtu, lakini sio vile anavyosema.
Bwana Speaker, nakubaliana naye 100%, kwa sababu baada ya yeye kusema vile bwana naibu wa Speaker ametenda kazi, ni mtu amefanya kazi kwa uwerendi, ujuzi. Baada ya hayo kusema ni mtu aliyebombea katika kazi yake, baada ya kumalizia anasema ati mimi sinaunga mkono msaada huu wa kumtimua. Itakuwaje unasema mtu amefanya kazi nzuri, badala ya kumpa heko wewe unasema unamtimua? Hiyo ndio nasema ni kupaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. Na yeye mwenyewe ni mpaka ajue Kiswahili. Kwa ndugu yangu Senator Sakaja, itakuwa ni dhambi, itakuwa ni kosa kwangu mimi ikiwa nitakuja hapa kuongea kwa lugha ya Kiswahili ambayo yeye haielewi, haimenyi. Mimi sina uwezo wa kumsaidia, ilhali kumwambia ndugu yangu sisi tunaongea kwa lugha ambayo wenzangu kutoka pengine pwani wanaifahamu. Lakini kile ambacho ningependa kumwambia Speaker, naibu wa Speaker, Mheshimiwa Kindiki, Biblia yangu inaniambia usiogope. Hata ijapokuwa unapitia katika bonde la mauti, usiogope, kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu yu pamoja nawe. Vile vile nataka kukuambia kama vile Yesu alivyokuwa amebebeshwa msalaba, kwa sababu naona ndugu yangu unaelekezwa Golgotha. Nikisoma hapa naona taharuki imetanda. Naona hawa ndugu zangu tayari watakuelekeza Golgotha. Lakini mimi Kenywa nikwambia ndugu yangu Kindiki, nitakubebesha msalaba kama vile Yesu alivyobebeshwa na Simon wa Kirene. Nitasimama kama Simon wa Kirene nikubebeshe, kwa sababu Mswahili akufae kwa dhiki ndiye rafiki. Nitakusaidia kwa sababu na wewe umekuwa na sisi, umetembea na sisi. Na ni vizuri ndugu zangu, naombeni mtu akifanya kazi nzuri apewe hongera. Hawa ndugu zangu wa mrengo huu, wale wachache bungeni, hii siku ya leo anatuambia vile ambavyo tunapaswa kujua uaminifu wa chama. Unawezaje kujua uaminifu wa chama cha Jubilee namna gani ilhali wewe uko katika chama cha ODM jamani? Itakuwa hiyo ni kosa nyinyi kuja kutufunza jinsi uaminifu. Kindiki ni mwaminifu na amekuwa mwaminifu na anajua ataendelea kuwa mwaminifu. Bwana Speaker, mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba nimwambie Kindiki, sisi tutakuwa ni marafiki wa kufa kuzikana. Asante sana.
Okay, now I'll go to the leader of minority. Senator. Senator Orengo. And the leader of majority should be near here.
First of all, let me join the members and the Senate in expressing the view, very strong view, that this motion is not about the person and conduct and ability of Senator Kithure Kindiki in the House. I think if there's anybody who came to that conclusion, then they are arguing the wrong motion. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, I am one of the last persons, and there are many senators who were with me that fateful evening. I think Senator Maura was there, where we are looking for a pathway. We didn't want to go through this process. We are looking for a pathway of how to resolve this matter. And we were up at night until about 1 a.m. in the morning. I had the privilege of talking to Senator Kindiki, the Deputy Speaker, looking for a way out of this quagmire. Because as it has been said, this matter has been brought by a coalition, the Jubilee coalition. It's not been brought by the NASA coalition. And Mr. Speaker, that being the case, and Mr. Speaker, you know this, and Senator Kithure Kindiki knows this, that when this House congregated for the first time for the election of the Speaker, or the Deputy Speaker, or the leadership of the House, everything depended on the decisions of the political parties. Senator Olekina Ledama, a very qualified senator, he ran for the office of the Deputy Speaker. We could not marshal enough numbers. It was not a question of competence. It was a question of numbers. That is how, at the end, Mr. Speaker, sir, you were elected as Speaker of the Senate, and Senator Kindiki was elected as the Deputy Speaker. And I have all my respect for Senator Kindiki. I've been with him in court, addressed the court in my presence. I've read some of his works. But at the end of the day, the Constitution of Kenya says Kenya will be a multi-party democracy. The party, the centrality of the party in our democracy cannot be gainsaid. And you can go through a lot of provisions of the Constitution. The President of the Republic of Kenya was sponsored by a political party. Not just 2 or 3 members of that party. He had to secure, I think, more than 2,000 signatures of party members, not registered voters. People who are registered voters, and they're also party members. So as we debate this matter, let's place the truth where it lies. And before I go to the reasons that I wanted to advance on this particular motion, there are 2 issues that I want to bring to the attention of the House. First is that the distinguished senator for Bungoma has sent me a message. It is on my phone, and he says he supports the position taken by the minority coalition, that is a NASA coalition, on this matter. And our position is very well known. Mr. Speaker, just look at what, or hear those words Olekina has spoken in this august chamber in relation to his party. Imagine Senator Kindiki Kiduke on Tuesday after the meeting made such an announcement that I'm loyal to my party, Jubilee. What a difference it would have made. But I know that he would find it very difficult to utter those words. And I know there are many people on the side opposite who would find it very difficult to utter those words, those magic words. And therefore, this matter is not as easy as it looks. And there's a poet that I also, today people are citing the Bible, poets, philosophers. Let me cite one of my most favorite poets and playwright, T.S. Eliot. In fact, T.S. Eliot is regarded as the greatest poet and playwright of the 20th century and got a Nobel Peace Prize for literature. And he said this in one of his works: the last temptation is the greatest treason, to do the right thing or to do the right deed for the wrong reason. You do the right deed, but you do it for the wrong reason. Why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, the problem in this matter is not even Senator Kithure Kindiki. And we have said this before in this House. And if it is a matter who stands on matters of principle, I have heard some state senators here talking about issues of principle, or yesteryear fighters for democracy. Mr. Speaker, if you look at motions and bills which have come in this Senate, the last Senate, and this Senate, and look at how we have voted, those who are today talking about democracy, if I take every bill, in fact, I collected many of the bills that were passed in the last Senate and this Senate, the security law amendment bills, the election law amendment bills, the issue of Ruaraka land. How did they vote on that day? How did they vote on that day? They talk about democracy everywhere until they lose their positions. How strange is that? On matters of principle. And I agree on matters of principle. You can judge me 100 times, but when it comes on a matter of principle, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that I will never change. I'll never change. These are all politics of power. There are no politics of principle here. It's all about power. And why do I say so? The meeting that was held in State House, just look at the people who attended and those who did not attend. It tells a story. It tells a story. And that is the story that we must be told. Why did some people attend and others did not attend? It was not an accident that some people attended and some did not attend. It was choreographed and planned. I'm glad to hear that. And planned. And if you have read the classics, I read a lot of classics. There was one time a triumvirate in Rome consisting of Julius Caesar and somebody called Crassus and Pompey. You know, when you have three generals controlling a republic, it willy-nilly becomes dysfunctional. Until Julius Caesar had to come the dictator, the absolute dictator. Pompey was killed in Egypt. Crassus, who was the richest of them, was murdered. Mr. Speaker, in Kenya today, we have a Rasputin who is occupying a political position. And that is Rasputin, we are giving him an AK-47. There's a Rasputin in the Republic. And that Rasputin has many messengers in this house. And the problem is that Rasputin was the greatest defender of the Tsar of Russia. Very close to the family, very close to the wife.
What's your point of order, Senator Ochila Yako?
Mr. Speaker, normally a curious student of knowledge, if there is the agents of Rasputin in this house, would I kindly ask my leader to name a few of them so that I avoid them like plague?
No, Senator, proceed. I don't think.
I know you know them. You are just being a little bit clever by half. You know, the problem with this man, Rasputin, he died. He died. But after he died, what happened to the Tsar of Russia? History will tell. History will tell. The Jubilee parties should sit together as to whether you're going to obey the Tsar or you're going to obey Rasputin. That's when this problem is going to end. You cannot have an army with two field marshals. This is what is happening. And is causing havoc to this country. There's a time, Mr. Speaker, I said on the floor of this house that Jubilee is dysfunctional. And we want a party that is functional, like a party that is in government. So we are coming together as Republicans, as Kenyans, to ensure that the 2 years that Jubilee has, you can at least do something with it. These things you are talking about, COVID, and I hear Senator Cheriot coming here, is now the greatest campaigner for the rights of the people. But look at the motions we brought here. I can challenge Senator for Kericho of how he has voted in the past on matters that concern the people. So I am pleading that Senator Kithure Kindiki, this is probably not quite your day. Not quite your day. But I think you did the right deed for the wrong reason. For the wrong reason. For the wrong reason. And that's why you are here being, the center of this motion, when I know that really you should not be at the center of this motion. But you did a wrong deed right deed for the wrong reason, because that reason did not relate to the commander of your party, and in addressing the agenda that he had agreed that should be addressed to attain a one Kenya indivisible that can, in the end, be judged as a truly prosperous nation. And I want to say in the end this, you know, these days, people talk politics like they are playing with toys. We have people here in this house who have been dragged out of this house and murdered. There are people who have been detained for 10 years. We are talking as if this Senate cannot have the same kind of people to sacrifice. And they shout the loudest out there about talking about the truth and justice. Justice, you can only talk about justice if the president is talking about fighting against corruption. You should be the loudest and saying that we are fighting against corruption. But what do we hear? That corruption is being politicized. Corruption is being politicized. Now, who is going to speak for the government in this house? And Mr. Speaker, therefore, I want to end by saying this, just to address finally some of the issues that Senator Murkomen was talking about. They are constitutional offices. If you to be recalled, if you are to be recalled, the Constitution says itself the manner in which you'll be recalled, and the manner in which the accusations against you must be addressed. In fact, if I may read, Parliament shall enact legislation to provide for the grounds on which a member may be recalled, so that a member of Parliament cannot be recalled without any grounds. So where the Constitution thinks that it is important to put out grounds, like when you are impeaching a judge of the High Court, or you are seeking the removal of the Director of Public Prosecution, or you are seeking to remove the Auditor General, you are required to state the grounds, and they must fall within the remit that is found in the Constitution. But when it comes to the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, there is no such requirements. Article 106, and if you may read it, the office of the Speaker or Deputy Speaker shall become vacant when a new House of Parliament first meets after an election. B, if the office holder as a member of the relevant House vacates office under Article 103. C, if the relevant House so resolves by resolution supported by the votes of at least two-thirds. So it says what you require is a resolution. And at the end of this debate, we are going to have a resolution. And therefore, Article 47 was not being well interpreted and constructed in the context of the Constitution. And the Constitution itself says, and I'm glad about Senator Wambua when he said, when there are specific provisions of the Constitution relating to a particular circumstances, then you cannot fall on the general provisions of the Constitution. You follow the provisions that are set out in the Constitution, and they've been elaborated in the standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, on this question, one can go on and on and on. Now, this Parliament, I know, is going to be required to play a very critical role in the next 2 or 3 months. Because when there is constitution making, when there is reforms, Parliament must be at the center of it. And we must, as a Parliament, as a Senate, be together in this great quest to make Kenya a better country. And therefore, those who have decided, and they have those who believe in the course they have taken in trying to reform the country, and they need the support of institutions, including Parliament, they must be rest assured that you're having a reforming Parliament. And I disagree that this Senate can be described as a bad Senate. There's in British history, Parliaments have been described in many ways, the bad parliament, the good parliament, and so on. But I think in this Senate, we have tried, and the greatest victory is this case that Senator Omugeni argued before the Supreme Court that clearly says the Senate has got a critical role to play in legislation, including the allocation of revenue and the processes that are set out in the Constitution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think Jubilee should go back, think very heavily, so that this matter is resolved. But from the language I had here today, Mr. Speaker, from the language I had here today, and Senator Kindiki, I think your case was made worse, because it was as if this case was against other forces who are not here in this House. There was attack and attack and attack against officers that are not involved in this debate. And when people say that Kenya is already a dictatorship, and they elect to remain in that same government, remain in that same party, I think there is no honesty, and people are not being candid. I think if you think that Kenya should move forward in the path of democracy, then let us work together to make Kenya a better country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the motion.
Leader of Majority, Senator Bogisho.
Mr. Speaker, in supporting this motion, I'd like to say just a few words. Speaker, in my short or long history in politics, I have seen the role the party can do to determine whether you move forward, sideways, backward, or even that you drop out completely. I've seen all those things. And so, Mr. Speaker, there is no need. Sometimes the experience that I have, I could share. But I'd like to say a few things to this motion about what a party can do. I was very lucky, Mr. Speaker, to have been elected to this House in the 6th Parliament. And when I came here in the 6th Parliament, Speaker, one day, I can just tell you that briefly, one day, in just one day, the Speaker, my party, which was the only party in the country, sat here in the old chamber. And when I came out to have tea, Mr. Speaker, at 4 o'clock, having been a member of Parliament, it was announced to me, Speaker, that I was a stranger in the House by 4 o'clock. And so, Mr. Speaker, I was a member of Parliament in the morning, and by afternoon session, I was a stranger in this House. That is a party. The party can do that to you. At that time, it was called expelling you from the party, and I was expelled from the party, Mr. Speaker. But I stand here today. So times change. I sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I consider it a great thing that happened to me, because I went on to do other things and still came back here. What I'm saying, Speaker, to my friend, Professor Kindiki, and he knows that Mr. Speaker, I have, if these were issues about his capacity or his integrity or things like that, we would not be talking things like, if it was a debate about his character, for example, Mr. Speaker, it would be different. But I wanted him to know that a lot of your friends, a lot of his friends, are going to vote for this motion. A good number of your friends, and they'll still be your friends. It's not because of this that they're not your friends. In fact, some of the people who are going to vote for this motion are better friends than those who probably will try and show you that they support you. Because they're telling you the truth. The reality in life is about how you relate with your party, how loyal you are to your party. And Mr. Speaker, some of my colleagues have said to the Senator for Tharaka Nithi that it doesn't matter whether you respect your party leader or not. I think those are the people who are not really your friends. I think those are really the people who will put you in deeper trouble. That's not true. It's not possible. And so as we stand here, Speaker, being the fact that the process that
has ushered us into these places is that same political system. Mr. Speaker, it was the same party leader sitting in a chair, chairing parliamentary group, a state house, that ensured that Professor Kindiki became deputy speaker, who ensured that Murkomen and Susan Kiika and all that team became office bearers. It was not for being nicer or being more intelligent or being anything, Mr. Speaker. It's just because the party leader decided. And the party sat together and the coalition and voted that time. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just saying, sometimes the people who speak above everybody else trying to assure you of their support may not necessarily be the ones to support you. Some of the people who are going to guide you along the way after this are the people who are sitting saying to you that, please, accept these things. And I want to say the same thing, accept these things that are coming on you because they make you stronger, they make you they bring out the best of you, they'll make you who you really are. And so, like somebody said this afternoon, Speaker, that we loved you, but the party loved you more. And Speaker, you know that language, Mr. Speaker, is a language of finality, and we don't want to go that way. We want to encourage you that you are going to bounce back. I heard Senator Murkomen says, I'm going to bounce back. You will bounce back. You're still the Senator of Tharaka Nithi, the great professor, a friend of many here, and we will give you the support that you need. And so, Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to take too long to speak about the issues, because there are no issues really to talk about. It's just the fact that the party requires strengthening, the party requires direction, the party leadership has decided, and we are going to vote this afternoon. And whatever the fate is, Professor Kindiki, be willing to say, thank you, I have served this country. You've been given a chance to serve this country. You've served it with greatness. You should be thankful. At your age, you've been able to occupy very high positions like this one. And in fact, that's what my advice to all the others, and here, Senator Murkomen and Susan Kiika and others. You are very fortunate in a political system to have served when you did. It's not because others were not able to fill that position. And so let's just assure ourselves that as we move on from here, some of your best friends are the ones who are going to vote for this motion, and they'll remain great friends of yours. Mr. Speaker, I support, and I wish that those who are voting for this, we finish this matter, and we are able to get back and a stronger party, stronger side in the majority. And I want to thank all those who have supported this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Senators, like I did say in my communication, I will now give this opportunity to the Deputy Speaker, Senator Professor Kindiki, to say something.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg that you allow I make occasional references to some notes under 90 paragraph 2, which gives you that power, Mr. Speaker.
You're granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a disclaimer that the people who have accused me today, may it be known, is not the President of Kenya. Neither is it any senator seated here, including the mover of this motion. I have the highest respect for institutions, I have the highest respect for the President, and I have the highest respect for my colleagues, all of them. The Speaker, today, I stand here paraded before the whole nation, accused of misdeeds whose particulars have never been brought to my attention until now. Despite me consistently asking for them. There can only be two reasons for this. The first is that the trumped-up charges against me are baseless, and that my case is a fait accompli, and therefore I must be removed from office by all means whatsoever, even by unconstitutional means. Mr. Speaker, how I wish this sitting, with the haste in which it has been convened, was meant to discuss the plight of the millions of our people across the country who are living in dire need and abject poverty. I bow in shame to note that we are here today for such an elitist triviality, powered by petty, divisive, and vindictive politics, as the country hurts from the lethal combination of a near-collapsed economy, a ravaging pandemic, floods, and a rare invasion of desert locusts, not seen in this country for decades. I am ashamed that we are here discussing party politics at a time when our motherland desperately needs the solidarity of every single Kenyan, even the weakest, at a time when our country needs reconciliation and not hate and pettiness. Mr. Speaker, it does not bother me at all that the die is cast against me. What bothers me is that the constitution of our country is once more being indecently assaulted in full glare. A handful of raw fellow citizens who have made it their orgy of pleasure to humiliate freedom and truth with reckless abandon, with little patience for procedural dictates of our constitution, which would have given our country some semblance of honor, even fake, cosmetic, or hypocritical honor. Mr. Speaker, the right to be heard and to be tried fairly in a judicial, quasi-judicial, or even administrative process of whatever nature where a decision is being made would help to clothe even a horribly evil process such as this one with some form of legitimacy. Give a man a chance to defend himself, even if the defense is regarded inconsequential and an outcome has been predetermined. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, my faith in God, instilled in me early in life, has helped me to navigate even the deadliest of the storms of life with minimum injury, or even none. Also, my more than 1 decade in academia helped me build moral resilience adequate to withstand the temptation of living an unprincipled life and to resist the urge to pursue vanity. It taught me never to sell my beliefs for expediency. Mr. Speaker, sir, His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, whom I am accused today of having disrespected, should know that I have always and will forever respect him. I hold him in the highest esteem and veneration as the leader of our country and the symbol of the unity of our nation. I have faith in him as the leader of our party and will support him loyally to the end of his administration as a matter of duty and also a matter of choice. I wish him all the best, him and his administration, for the remainder of his term. I believe beyond peradventure that the president of our country is not linked in any way whatsoever to this or with this injustice. Mr. Speaker, in my previous responsibility as Senate Majority Leader, I did my best to push government business in this House and to defend the President and his administration whenever they came under political attack. Subsequently, the Jubilee Party, with full blessings of President Kenyatta, nominated me to run for the post of Deputy Speaker of this House, to which I was elected, and I'm grateful. To assist you, Mr. Speaker, as your deputy, in the non-partisan role of being an impartial umpire on disputes brought before this House. In that role, Mr. Speaker, I have tried my best not only to be fair, but also to appear to be fair. If I have made any errors, to err is human. And the reason I've been this way is because of the need to ensure that we do not compromise the dignity and independence of Parliament as an arm of government. Outside this chamber, I have carefully calibrated my political utterances to give full respect and dignity to the constitutional office that I've been holding as an impartial umpire at least until the end of this sitting. Neither in my previous role as Majority Leader or in my current role as Deputy Speaker that ends today have I ever disrespected the leader of my party. Mr. Speaker, I have endeavored to respect my colleague senators, and this respect has been sincere and deep from my heart, despite the unique challenges of moderating parliamentary debates, because sometimes you have to rule a Senate out of order and sometimes it doesn't look tidy. But despite that, I have tried my best to restrain myself and to respect each and every senator and to give each member of this House an opportunity to address the nation and address the people who have sent us to this House. Mr. Speaker, in recent times, I have somewhat restrained myself as I observe the worrying political developments that threaten to polarize our country to unprecedented levels. My accusers, and I've already said my accusers is not the head of state, it's not any senator, may have mistaken this restraint for weakness. They thought I had no views to air publicly, or that fear had trumped or triumphed over me. They wrongly diagonized that I could be manipulated, cajoled, or even threatened to join them in what, in my view, is a treasonable project of destroying our beloved country. I respect their choice to be petty, but they also to know that humility is not cowardice. Neither is silence a sign of ignorance. Mr. Speaker, I have lived long enough to witness even darker moments when faith in our democracy and values have been severely tested. Nevertheless, I remain optimistic of better days ahead for our nation. However dark it gets, the sun of freedom and justice shall soon shine again over Kenya. Mr. Speaker, in my struggles with the powers of darkness, especially during the past 1 week. I rejoice in my tribulations. Harboring hate against them would work in their favor. Therefore, I freely forgive those who have crucified me. If I don't forgive them, they will have succeeded in pulling me down into their dirty underground moral dungeon from where they cook their hopeless schemes. I am reminded of the wisdom of Martin Luther King Jr., never to succumb to the temptation of bitterness. And therefore, as a sign of strength, I forgive them without conditions. Mr. Speaker, however, let them know, wherever they are, that victory over darkness comes to the victims. Mr. Speaker, let them know, wherever they are, that victory over darkness comes to the victors in installments. But punishment for perpetuating the works of darkness is meted out on the conspirators in one lump sum. Those who scheme and connive to carry out wickedness should know that a lie cannot last long. As Mahatma Gandhi stated, I shall not let anyone walk through my mind with their dirty feet, and nobody can hurt me without my permission. I will forever be grateful to the tremendous outpouring of support that I have received from family, friends, fellow elected leaders, colleagues, senators from both sides of the House, staff, my constituents from Tharaka Nithi County, and thousands of Kenyans of goodwill from across our beloved country. It took darkness for me, Mr. Speaker, to see the galaxy of stars strewn all over our nation who detest and abhor injustice. This has given me great hope that our nation shall rise again. Indeed, there is hope for Kenya. Those who think that I have made a mistake must understand that freedom includes the freedom to make mistakes. Today, Mr. Speaker, we must decide whether we will live in fear or we will live in freedom. I thank you. God bless Kenya. God bless the Senate.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Professor Kindiki. I now call upon the mover to reply.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this job of being a chief whip is very challenging. It's very challenging, my brothers. Please, I ask senators, whenever I bring a motion as a chief whip, I am not bringing it in my personal capacity. I'm bringing it on behalf of my party. And I have taken this position, and I'm going to do my task. And therefore, I urge Professor, and I'm happy that you did not take it personal. It has nothing to do with me. It is a pure political party issue. Secondly, I bring to your attention that that meeting in State House was very important. Just try to imagine yourself, you are His Excellency. You call senators, they refuse to come. Thank you. I beg you to support so that we ensure. I beg to reply and urge senators to support this motion so that we uphold the discipline in Jubilee Party and other political parties generally. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question, which is that the Senate resolves that Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, EGH, MP, be removed from the office of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate. The division bell will be rung for 10 minutes, like I said.
You have been watching the debate on
the motion by the Senate Majority Whip, Senator Irungu Kang'ata. The motion is seeking the removal of Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki from the position of the Deputy Speaker. In the motion, the Senator for Murang'a County has listed a number of violations and alleged offenses by or committed by the Deputy Speaker. Among them, gross violation of the Constitution and gross violation of Article 6, subsection 2, Article 10, subsection 2A of the Constitution of Kenya, as read with Standing Order 96.5. Also listed among the offenses is the gross violation of Article 73, subsection 2B of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as well as the gross violation of Article 73, subsection 2B of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, as read with Commonwealth Conventions of the role of Speaker. The division bell is currently being rung, and what is happening is that the senators are preparing to head to the voting stage, and thereafter the results will be tabulated and the Speaker of the Senate will be able to read the results of this particular process. Just to recap, the motion by the Senator for Murang'a County, Senator Irungu Kang'ata, that this House resolves to remove Senator Professor Kithure Kindiki, hereinafter referred to as the Deputy Speaker, from the office of the Deputy Speaker pursuant to Article 106, subsection 2C of the Constitution of Kenya, as read with Standing Order 69, Part 1B, Part 2, on the following grounds. 1. Gross violation of Article 4, subsection 2, and Article 92, subsection C and D of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. Section 9, subsection 1 of Political Parties Act and its second schedule, Part 2(6)D, as read with Article 13D, G, I, and K of the Jubilee Party's Constitution. The Senator for Murang'a County says that Deputy Speaker is a member of the Jubilee Party. The party's parliamentary group, via the meeting held in 2018, resolved to support him for the position. It succeeded in its resolve. The Senator further says in his motion that the centrality of political parties in Kenya's democracy is well founded by Article 4, subsection 2 of the Constitution 2010. Article 92C and D of the Constitution of Kenya 2010 empowers Parliament to enact a law to regulate political parties and set out their roles. As a result, Parliament has enacted Political Parties Act, Section 9, subsection 1, and its second schedule, 2, subsection 6D of the Act provides the legal basis for various political parties' constitutions. The Senator further says that on 11th May 2020, there was a Jubilee Coalition Parliamentary Group meeting at State House, Nairobi, attended by His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the coalition leader. Despite the Deputy Deputy Speaker being a member of the Jubilee Party, he refused to attend and or render an apology for non-attendance. annexed herein according to the Senator and marked 1K1 are copies of the minutes of the meeting that took place at State House on 11th of May 2020. That adequate notice for the said meeting had been sent to the Deputy Speaker via his last known mobile phone address as per the records of the coalition. Further, prior to the 11th May 2020, the meeting had been so publicized by media that its occurrence was so notorious or well known or so authoritatively attested that its notice cannot reasonably be doubted. These are some of the accusations leveled against the Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Clerk, we are ready. Let us take our seats so that we vote.
Honorable Senators, Division. Senator Adan Dulo Fatuma.
I vote yes.
Senator Ali Abdullahi Ibrahim.
I vote yes.
Senator Boy Issa Juma. Senator Chebeni Masi.
I vote yes.
Senator Cherar K. Samson Kiprotich.
Point of order. I thought we agreed we Muslims will be allowed to vote. Can I vote?
Yeah, give them an opportunity. Yeah. Do so. Yeah. Clerk, call them.
Senator Haji Mohammed Yusuf.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Farhia Ali. The other Muslims, okay. Senator Cherar K. Samson Kiprotich.
I vote a big no.
Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkirui, Kericho County.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Gona Christine Zawadi. Leave it on. Leave it on.
I vote yes.
Senator Haji Farhia Ali.
I vote yes.
Senator Halake Abshiro Soka.
I vote yes.
Senator Hagura Godana.
I vote yes.
Senator Iman Falhada Deko.
I vote yes.
Senator Imana Malakai Charles Ekal.
Voting yes.
Senator Inima Gertrude Musuruve.
I vote yes.
Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda. Senator Kajwang Moses Otieno. Senator Kamar Margaret Jepkoech.
Wait.
I vote yes.
Senator Kabaka Boniface Mutinda.
Yes, too.
It's on. It's on.
I vote yes.
Senator Kangata Irongo.
Yes, I vote yes.
Senator Kasanga Sylvia Mweni.
I vote yes.
Senator Haniri George.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Kibiru Charles Rubenson.
I vote yes.
Senator Kehika Susan Wakarura.
I, Susan Kihika, votes no.
Senator Kilonzo Mutula Jr.
I vote yes.
Senator Kimani Wamatangi Paul.
I vote yes.
Senator Kindiki Kithure.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Tharaka Nithi County, I vote no.
Senator Kirenyaga Ephraim Mwangi Maina.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Langat Christopher Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, Dr. Langat Christopher from Bomet, Ford strong no. I Ford strong no.
Senator Lelegwe Ltumbesi.
I vote yes.
Senator Linturi Franklin Mithika. Senator Loitiptip Anwar.
I vote yes.
Senator Locorio Petronila Were. Senator Mazayo Stewart Mwachiru.
I vote yes.
Senator Mahamud Mohamed Maalim.
I vote yes.
Senator Makori Beatrice Kwamboka.
I vote yes.
Senator Malala Cleophas Wahungu.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Masitsa Naomi Shionga.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbito Michael Malinga.
I vote yes.
Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako.
I vote yes.
Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir. Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Moi Gideon Kipsielei Towet.
Alia Iacta Est. Yes.
Senator Milgo Alice Chepkorir. Yes.
I vote yes.
Senator Mpaye Philip Salau.
I vote yes.
Senator Mugo Beth Wamboi. Switch off kwanza.
The Speaker, on behalf of Senator Mugo, who has asked you on health grounds, she votes yes.
I got the notification here.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on what basis does someone vote on behalf of someone else?
Let's vote. I will give a direction on
Pardon?
that. Let's vote. I'll give a direction on that.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on what constitutional basis can one? The Constitution is very clear.
Said leader of majority. Remember, I made a ruling here that in such exceptional times, you are, even when you are the chairman of when you are the leader of majority, we are also taking votes through proxy. And she has written and she's indisposed.
We have
and it
never,
was brought.
Mr. Speaker, there can be no worse violation of our Constitution than that. There is no one, Mr. Speaker, and there is never a time we sat in Senate Business Committee to approve a person who is not in the Senate to vote. It's impossible. In fact, it is, Mr. Speaker, the greatest violation of our Constitution. Please, Mr. Speaker, don't go there. You already have the numbers to remove people. Don't rape our Constitution further.
Speaker.
At least if you give somebody latitude, the words that are being used on the floor of the House, rape, those kind of words on the floor of the House, what do the young people think about our language, and particularly our women? I think we should use some language with decorum.
Mr. Speaker, I insist, allowing a person who is not in the chambers and not within the vicinity of Parliament to
She
vote.
was, as far as
somebody to no, Mr. Speaker, it's not only rape. I could rather use actually defilement because it's worse.
Senator Murkomen, Senator Beth Mugo was here.
Even if she
in the
was
morning.
here.
Order, Senator Murkomen. She was here, and because of illness, which was brought to my attention, that's how I allowed it.
Okay. It's not for you, Speaker, to allow. It is impossible. It's unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. There is no basis for you to defile this Constitution.
Senator
there is
Ochila,
absolutely no basis. You have the numbers. Don't go there.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Order. If you allow members to talk back to you, to overrule you and to heckle you, Mr. Speaker, I am the best at that. Do not allow this, because when I start it or when others start it, this House will be disorderly. So make your ruling with finality, Mr. Speaker. I beg you.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wouldn't want to slow down the process.
But because we're talking about procedures, I think standing order number 1 give the Speaker latitude to be able to make certain decisions. So I don't know whether this would apply to the issue of a senator voting on behalf of another.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay, order members. Order members. Let the voting continue. I'll make a ruling at the end of it. Let's proceed.
Senator Murkomen Onesimus Kipchumba.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no.
Senator Mwangi Paul Gethiomi.
I vote yes.
Senator Mwaruma Jones Mwashushe.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwaora Isaac.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mwenyihaji Mohamed Faki.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Nderito John Kenywa.
Bwana Spika, napiga hapana.
Senator Ndwiga Peter Njero. Senator Ndwiga Peter Njero.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have his letter. He is saying we vote yes, but I agree. You can keep aside that vote pending your ruling.
Senator Nyamunga Rose Ogendo. Senator Nyamunga Rose Ogendo.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
I vote yes.
Senator Omanga Millicent.
I vote yes.
Senator Ongeri Samson Kegengo.
I vote yes.
Senator Orengo James.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I vote yes.
Senator Outa Frederick Otieno.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pareno Judith Ramaita.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Pogisio Samuel Losuron.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Prengei Victor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Sakaja Johnson Arthur.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Mary Yane.
I vote yes.
Senator Wako Naomi Jilo.
I vote yes.
Senator Wako Sitwila Amos.
I vote yes.
Senator Wambua Enoch Kio. Senator Wambua Enoch Kio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yes.
Senator Wario Golich Juma. Senator Wario Golich Juma. Senator Wetangula Moses Masika. Senator Zani Agnes Philomena.
I vote yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a point of order. Yes, remember. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have a point of order.
What's your point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I propose we withdraw the two contentious votes.
Okay, I was going to make a ruling on that.
Yeah, no, you exclude it. Exclude them. Just for abundance of caution.
Okay, that's okay.
The results of the vote that has just taken place is currently being tabulated, and in a couple of minutes or seconds we'll be able to hear the results from the Speaker of the Senate. This vote is for the motion seeking the removal from office of the Deputy Speaker, Senator Professor Kindiki. The debate on this particular motion was concluded moments ago, and the senators were able to go to division and decide on the fate of this motion. And in a moment, we will hear the results on how the senators voted this evening. The motion was moved by the Majority Whip, who is also the Senator for Muranga County, Senator Irungu Kangata. The numbers required for this motion to sail through the Senate is 2/3. Senators are 67, and the least number voting in affirmative should be 44. If that number is not achieved, then the motion is negatived. So any moment now, the Speaker of the Senate will announce the results of the voting exercise, which has just concluded. He is consulting with the clerk in charge of this sitting, and he will make the communication any time from now.
Okay, order, senators. The results that I'm going to read, just for the avoidance of doubt, are for those senators who were within the precincts of Parliament and who voted. So the ayes have 54. The nays have 7. Abstentions, 0. So the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, having concluded the business of the day, it's now time to adjourn the House. The therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 26 May 2020 at 10 a.m.
Senator 54 senators voting to support the motion by the Senate Majority Whip, Senator Irungu Kangata. 7 senators voted against the motion. There was 0 abstinence. And that means that the position of the Deputy Speaker of the Senate has officially been declared vacant. This live broadcast was brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. My name is Edward Kabasam. Good evening.